Hello, Namaste from New Delhi, India. We are into round 8 of the Women Grand Prix taking place here in India from the 25th of March to the 6th of April. We are your hosts, International Master Soumya Swaminathan here, and with me, Grandmaster Praveen Tipse. Hello, Praveen ji.
Hello, welcome all. I think you have been watching us, and those for new viewers, we are going to tell you what this tournament is all about. This is a Women's Grand Prix, which is actually a selection tournament for the World Women's Championship cycle. And how do the players qualify to this, Soumya?
To the Women Grand Prix.
Yes.
Well, there are various qualification criterias. The world champion herself is qualified to the Grand Prix. Then there are 4 semi-finalists of the Women's World Cup who have a place in the Women Grand Prix. The top 4 of the Grand Swiss event last year. Then the 3 highest rated players from the 2022 March list. And also there are 4 organizers nominees for any deserving player that has been left out from the above 4 qualification criterias.
And this strong 16 players play in 3 tournaments out of 4. There are 4 Grand Prix events, and any player can play maximum of 3 events. And only the 2 out of the 16 qualify to the next World Championships. So it's quite a tough tournament. 16 best players in the world play here, and only 2 qualify. And the 2 legs of this Grand Prix are already over. And now let's come to today's matches.
Let's have the pairings on the screen. There we have it. Katrina Lano and Goryachkina Alexandra, the 2 winners of round 7, play against each other today. On the Indian boards, Harika Dronawali plays against Nino Batsiashvili. Nino had a very tough game yesterday, losing in very few moves against Goryachkina after a blunder on move 9. So she must be looking to make good her loss of yesterday. Harika, on the other hand, looking for a win, her first win in this Grand Prix. So important clash here. Third board, Polina Shuvalova, who's playing under the FIDE flag, plays against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, also of India. Vaishali has managed to stabilize herself after 2 losses in the first 2 games, and she has come back strongly with very good quality games. And the fourth board clash, Zhu Jinner versus Bibisara Asubaeva, the 2 youngsters who have been playing so fantastically in this event of the Grand Prix.
And how are they doing at the moment? Because 7 rounds are already over out of 11, and there are only 3 or 4 games left for all the players. For example, Humpy doesn't have a game today. So let's see how the players are placed.
Yes, there we have the tournament cross table on the screen. Bibisara Asubaeva with only 1 draw, 4 wins and 1 loss only so far, with 4.5 points, leads the table. Zhu Jainer on 4 points, also very close. 2 wins already, no losses and 4 draws. She had a rest day yesterday. And Goryachkina and Lano, who are playing against each other today, on 3.5 points, tied for the 3rd and 4th place. Koneru Hampi with 3 points, with a very good win against Nana day before yesterday. She has a rest day today. And Polina Shuvalova on 2.5 points. Nana Zagnidze not having a good tournament so far, but we never know. These champions can always come back strongly. So 4 more rounds to go, and Nana Zagnidze and Harika Dronawali tied for the 7th and 8th place with 2 points each, and Vaishali and Nino Batsiashvili on 1.5 points each.
There are quite lucrative prizes here, isn't it? For this leg as well as the overall Grand Prix, isn't it?
Yes, we have a total cumulative prize fund of 80,000 euros. Can we have the prizes on the screen, please? So we have an cumulative prize fund of 80,000 euros for the overall winners of the Grand Prix, and each leg has a prize fund of 80,000 euros as well, with the first prize of 15,000 euros for the champion over here. And the top 8 finishers of the overall series get a share of the 80,000 euros, with the first prize for the winner being a whopping 20,000 euros with a qualification to the candidates tournament.
Let's look at the statistics of the players. For example, we have seen the game Lahano versus Guryachkina. So Lahano and Guryachkina have played 18 games among themselves, and the score has been 3-3. And the same color, Lahano white and Guryachkina black, there have been 8 games. They've generally been of Caro-Kann defense, there's a Alekhine defense, and Spanish opening, Roy Lopez, e4, e5. There have been some Sicilian 4 knights. Actually, Lano has played 4 knights with black herself, and Goryachkina has played 4 knights with black against Lano. So quite an interesting battle we are going to see. And they have not played. They had not played Italian defense so far, but I see. Oh no, it's a Spanish. Very good. So Spanish with a different move order.
Yes, we are yet to get the boards on the screen. We will have, but we can have a look at Lano statistics over here with a rating of 2560 and world number 4. We can also have Goryachkina stats on the screen, and Goryachkina world number 2 and 3. She's tied with Humpy at that place with a rating of 2576, and she became a grandmaster only in 2018, but already has played the world championship match against Zhu Wenjin. So let's have the board on the screen, and we can have a look at how the game is panning out today. Yes, there we have it. They have already opened the game with e4. Lano plays e4 today. Goryachkina replies with e5, her pet reply against the e4 opening. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6, the Berlin defense, an opening she employed also against Zhu Jainer in the first round of this event.
Yes, it's more or less like going to be a permanent weapon rather than a surprise weapon, because she played in the second game here.
Yes, and d3, in that game, Zhu Jainer replied with short castle going into the Berlin endgame after knight e4, d4, knight d6, bishop takes, and pawn takes on pawn in the center, knight f5, and this is the Berlin endgame which has been analyzed and played out in so many classic games. But Lano goes for the closed system with d3 here, supporting the e4 pawn and not allowing knight into e4 ideas.
It's actually going to be similar to Italian now, although it started in a Spanish way, but probably it's likely to be with bishop c5 and d6 structure, and it could be similar to Italian. The strategy of the position will be such then. Let's see. No moves made yet. So bishop c5 is a choice. Yeah, bishop c5, a normal move. And yes, white can't take the pawn. D3 intends to take the pawn on e5. For example, white was actually threatening to play bishop into knight and knight into e5. But how does bishop c5 stop that? Can we tell the viewers? Say, for example, if black plays bishop, white plays bishop into knight, and dc and knight into e5, and then can readers find out? Can viewers find out why is this not good?
Yes, a wonderful tactic here for black with queen to d4, attacking the f2 pawn, threatening mate in 1, and when we support it with queen e2 or bishop e3, black simply replies queen into e5 and takes the knight for free.
Yes, and after d4, white gets back the piece but in awful position. I think d4, bishop b4 check, and queen into e4. It's going to be a even direct queen into e4, and it's going to be a tragic position for white with queen g2 coming. At least an exchange is lost. dc5, queen g2, rook f1, bishop h3, etc. So nothing worth analyzing much. And yes, in the opening, one has to be careful when at such a level, if a pawn is offered, then obviously it's going to be something complex. This has been a standard opening, and normally castles is the move here.
Yes, and also knight b d2, which was Lano's choice in this game, is a very standard reply. Knight b d2, and the idea is that white can quickly go knight f1, knight g3 first, not having to waste a move after short castle, rook e1, and then knight b d2, knight f1. So she saves a move with knight b d2, and in some lines actually white goes for long castle ideas. So that is also possible after queen e2 and knight f1, knight g3, bishop d2, and long castle.
Yeah, interesting. Long castle was the idea of Stinitz and also of Chigorin. They particularly played in the exchange structure when white has played bishop into knight and black has played dc. There are many instances where white goes for long castling. Even Capablanca one of the games. But yeah, that's a standard way of playing also. So white is not really threatening to take on e5, but white builds on a simple plan of knight f1. Don't you think knight f1 could be replied with knight g4 with a complex position? One has to be careful with knight f1 because the knight g4 leads to some simplification and black is probably fine. So white also has to see the move order has to be very correct.
Yes, and black has replied with d6 to knight bd2, and white plays c3. Uh, well, one idea is to play d4 directly, and also in the future knight d4 is no more possible because we cover the d4 square with our pawn on c3. And once black plays d6, c3 is a good option for white, because now d5 in some, not immediately but after short castle, is still possible, but black is forced to already waste a move with d6.
Yes, since black has lost a move with d6, it's not very productive to play d5. And the positions where black doesn't play d6 quickly, in those positions d5 becomes a serious possibility in both Spanish and also in Italian. There's not much difference in the theory because of the close nature of the position. The bishop on b5 and bishop on c4 do not really matter much, except for a possibility of bishop into c6 at some time. But generally, it's not going to be very quick. So I think it should be a standard position. I don't think a system that poses great problems to black. Black equalizes quite easily, but white intends to play slowly and get advantage in the middle game after black has played some inaccuracies. So is vice versa. If white plays bad, then black gets good chances. Black has to worry about sometimes a knight b2 moving and bishop g5, the pin, which has to be tackled because sometimes, yeah, this is a possibility. And bishop is out of the pawn chain. The black bishop is not at e7, so bishop g5 is always a matter of concern.
And also black on the other hand has ideas like knight e7, knight g6 and knight f4, and also knight e7, knight g6 followed by c6, d5. So these are some ideas for both sides, and here white took on c6, which is one of the main moves for a6. Basically in this position, one of white's ideas is to go rook e1, d4 and then bishop to f1 back, and it's especially good if we achieve it after rook e1, knight f3, knight g3, d4 and bishop f1, then all our pieces are placed ideally. However, once you play a6, white is forced to either take or go back to a4. Even bishop c4 will be met with b5 or knight e7, c6 and d5 with tempo. So
Bishop
that's why
c4, probably knight a5 also, but there is b4 and yeah, complications. But knight into c4. So yeah, so bishop a4 is a possibility. Bishop into knight is possible, but with pawn on c3, I would have preferred to take on c6 because sometimes there is a chance of weakness at d3. After bishop into c6, pawn into c6, black could actually play a5 and bishop a6. That becomes an alternative piece position for black, and then try to open d5. It's a plan, of course.
So here, as we explained here, bishop a4 is one option, but then we lose the option of going back with the bishop to f1 in the future. And the other option was opted for by Lano. She took on c6, pawn takes and rook e1. So now black also doesn't have this idea of going knight e7,
Yeah.
knight g6 anymore. She has a worse pawn structure compared to white, but on the other hand, white has given up her favorite bishop, the light squared bishop.
Yes, one of the best attacking pieces. But in exchange, she has something. For example, knight g4 is now not possible because of d4. As one of the pieces, black pieces which are attacking d4 has been eliminated. So black's options are also limited. In this particular pawn structure, black's bishop was better at g7 actually, or e7. Then black could play c5 and a5. It was a more comfortable. I don't know how the bishop can be made optimal use of here at c5. Perhaps bishop b6, a5 and bishop a6 and eventual d5 looks like the only plan. So white, by moving rook e1, white is taken care against that. Well, and let's see what happens here. No more moves played.
No, they're still thinking
Yeah.
here. There are many high level games played in this position already, so it's a theoretical position, and we can come back to this game once we have a look at the other games.
Yes.
Let's have a look at Harika versus Nino Batsiashvili. An important game for both sides. Both of them haven't had a single win so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and also they have played only 6 games with each other, although the results are good. I mean, 1 win for Harika and 2 wins for Nino, and only 3 draws. With the same color, they had played 4 games, and in which Harika played C4 once, and it was Spanish once, and Italian once, and once it was irregular queen pawn. So different openings in all 4 whites by Harika earlier. So probably Nino, I mean, she must have kept Nino guessing about the first move itself. And let's see how the game actually progressed.
Yes, Harika has opted for e4 here. Harika is regularly a d4 and knight f3 player, but sorry, um, d4 or knight f3 player on the first move, but she opted for e4. Not a complete surprise because Harika has played this move earlier, and Harika is known for her wide repertoire. So something that she's a player who can prepare a new opening each day. So
Oh,
e4 by
yeah.
Harika here, but still a small surprise for Nino. Nino goes for e5.
Yes, all those games where Harika was white between them, but Siashvili had played e4, e5, and in one game, Harika had played Spanish and one game at Italian. So I think knight f3 is on the card probably, but we don't know if Harika goes with bishop c4, that's the Italian, or bishop b5, that's Spanish.
She has gone for the Spanish opening after knight f3, knight c6 and bishop b5 by Harika, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, b5. So a standard opening position, bishop b3 and bishop c5, the Archangel's variation which we saw yesterday as well, opted for by Harika against, no, not by Harika. Harika went for the open Spanish, but we saw a game in the Archangel's
Yes, there was a game
variation.
in Archangel, and it's a very sharp system. And only at the top level, the results are not very good. For example, Kasparov and Anand, they generally have won almost all their games, even Karpov. But it's still a very great possibility, I must say. And a lot of popular games. It's a popular opening because Black has a lot of ideas of attacking Black King. The bishop on c5 is more active than bishop on e7. In fact, this variation is preferred because to some ways it is similar to Italian rather than Spanish. In Spanish, generally the bishop is on e7 and the Black is aiming at slow positional play by placing a pawn on c5.
Also, we must remind our viewers that in fact this opening was opted for by Nino herself against Katrina Lano a couple of rounds ago, but in that round Nino went for bishop c5 over here before b5. So sorry, before b5. So after c3, b5, white went back to c2 with her bishop. So this is the main difference, and black gets d5 easily. That game continued with d4 and a very aggressive system chosen by Lano, and the game ended in a draw due to great defense by Nino. So over here, Nino goes for the fifth move, b5 variation, bishop b3, bishop c5. This is the more standard move order for the
Yes, more
Archangels.
accurate move order, as you can see, standard, and because of accuracy. Yes, it limits White's options, and I think you can. The game could go for c3, d6, and d4, and with a4 to come.
That's exactly what has happened. d4, bishop b6. Here it would be a mistake to give up the center so soon, and there is no need to go for such variations. So bishop b6, a very accurate move again, and a4 with the idea to take on b5 because the rook is unsupported. So here black has two moves to play. One is rook b8 and one is bishop g4. Bishop g4 is a modern line, modern approach. Earlier it was not considered to be the best move in this position, but nowadays because of advanced theory there have also been some opening courses by Indian players on this opening, and bishop g4 was the recommended line in the most recent opening course
Yes,
by.
in fact, no, there's a history to this, say 3 or 4 decades back. It wasn't c3 d4 that White played immediately. White went back. Can we go back a few moves where White played a4 first after bishop c5? Uh, generally, or c3 d6. Yeah, here generally they played a4, and here itself. And in those days, for a4, bishop b, knight into e5 is also a possibility, but yeah, a4 was the main move. Until 4 decades back, bishop b7 was the main move here, and not rook b8. And then White would go for c3, and then d6, d4. It was a standard line where Black's bishop on b7 was not particularly well placed, but yet Bilyavsky and Mikhail Chishin were the great masters of this position, who won this position many times with Black, bishop b6, and Karpov as White. But now, because c3 and d4 has been played early, Black wouldn't play bishop g4, bishop b7, but Black would go for bishop g4 eventually, and that's the reason why rook b8 is more logical with this move order. But if you played a4 first, yes, subsequently for 2.5 decades or 3 decades, rook b8 has become more popular than the main idea of archangels, that was bishop b7.
So perhaps this is a good system to start with if you want to force your opponent to go for the rook b8 line, to play a4 first and then go for the c3 move.
Yes, you avoid the immediate bishop g4 option.
Yes. So these are some subtleties. There is a course by Grandmaster Shyam Sundar, who was one of the coaches for the Indian Olympiad team, who recommends bishop g4 as the main move. But Harika must be aware of this move because she was part of the Olympiad team.
Yes.
So d5 played by Harika, and let's see what Nino has prepared against this move. So knight e7 looks like the most logical
Yes.
move,
Yeah.
because you want to go to g6 with your knight. Uh, White has opted to close the center voluntarily. She can play a move like h3 here, but then bishop f3, queen f3, and this would be bad for Black because ed4 is not possible because of ab, rook takes, queen takes, and e5 here. And this is, even though White has given up 2 pawns in the center, this looks terrible for Black with the king still in the center. Here bishop g5
Yes.
looks like a good move, and
The threat is bishop into f6 followed by bishop d5, winning everything. So Black probably still has to, and Black still can't castle because of bishop into knight and bd5, which means uh, I don't know. It's possible to save a piece itself here. It's at least there is probably a way to save a piece, but
maybe e4
yeah,
and queen
e4, yes,
f5, again
yes,
b5 is loose.
yeah,
So Black has too many problems.
yes. I think it's not possible to play bishop into f3 for sure, obviously, because the basic strategy of chess says that safety of the king, and that king is still in the center. The files are going to be opened up. So bishop f3 is not a variation. D5. It's okay, but after d5, I think this position is more suitable to Black to compare to other Spanish openings, because bishop is on e7 in general, and it's not good. With bishop on b6, I think this position should be comfortable for Black, and d5 is not a very popular choice. But again, we know that probably the move order has been specifically chosen for some specific preparation, as you said, by Grandmaster Shyam Sundar. And obviously, some plan has already been made how to reply to knight e7 or knight b8. Knight b8 doesn't seem very productive. I think it's possible to attack the b5 point quickly, because the bishop is already on g4. So perhaps after knight e7, White could play some move of something like queen d3. It's not impossible to play such a move, trying to win a pawn. But of course, yes, it's a complicated line, and there must be a theory in this. Overall, Black's problems are eased when d5 is played and bishop b6 gets strong, but lot depends on the existence of the pawn on d5. If White is able to maintain a pawn on d5, White will be better. If the pawn gets exchanged after c6, then it's Black who gets a preferable position.
Also, we would like to point out that after h3, the variation we showed is not forced, because Black will not take on f3 because of the lines that we just saw, but go back bishop to h5. So this will be a completely different game, and that's why this line is recommended for black as well recently in the recent times. However, white here opted to go for d5, changing the nature of the position. Now it's a close
Yes,
game.
bishop e3 was probably more popular, and I prefer white leaving the bishop on g4 because the bishop g4 doesn't come to f5, and when you play h3 and bishop h5, sometimes black gets a chance to play bishop g6. So I thought bishop e3 must be the most common choice instead of d5, but obviously players play with their own ideas, and it's not very important to play the best move in the opening. It's important to play the best moves in the middle game and end game.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we will have a look at what Nino will decide. Let's come back to this game after we have a look at Vaishali versus Polina Shuvalova. Polina is white against Vaishali and they have reached this position after 12 moves already. Let's have a look. How did they get here? Do we have a history of them? I see that they have already played a
Yes,
lot of
in
games.
fact, I've played 14 games and the score is 7-6 with only one draw. So, I mean, they don't like to play for draw. And with the same color, Shuvalov has been white in 7 games, and it has been Pelikan Sveshnikov by Vaishali once, and it has been Rosaluma attack, and it has been Sicilian classical open Sicilian, and it's also been a Spanish. So Vaishali has played e4, e5 once, but generally Sicilian, and sometimes Sveshnikov, sometimes open Sicilian. So Shuvalov has tried, I think, a lot of things against Vaishali.
They are from almost the same age group, so we expect them to have played a lot already. D4 was opted for by Polina in this
So
game.
first time in the match I see a move d4. I mean, they are always all the games have been only e4. So okay, and
But Polina did play d4 against Bibisara as well 2 games earlier, and she got a great position. So let's see what she has prepared against Vaishali today. Vaishali replies with knight f6, c4, g6, and Vaishali after knight c3 opted for the Grunfeld defense with d5.
yes, I think a common choice. I mean, she has played many Grunfeld, and I think most of her games are Grunfeld against. Also, she plays almost all the openings, but yeah. So
So c takes, knight takes, the exchange variation of the Grunfeld, e4, knight takes c3, pawn takes knight, and bishop to g7. The bishop is a monster on this diagonal. Bishop b5 check, one of the rare systems of the Grunfeld. And here many moves are possible, including bishop d7, sorry, including bishop d7 and knight d7. But c6 is the main move, which was Vaishali's choice in this game. And bishop a4 played by white immediately, short castle. All of this has been played before. Knight f3 and black plays c5. Knight f3 not the main move in this position. Knight e2 is usually developed. So knight f3 probably runs into c5 because now bishop g4 will be very strong.
yes, bishop g4 and knight c6 is the idea. If bishop b5 has been played, it's basically c6, and if you come back bishop c4, then black plays c5, and it would have been the same uh, position. But now with knight f3, white has obviously decided to give up the bishop on knight c6 because after bishop g4, bishop e3, knight c6. There doesn't seem to be a suitable move except bishop into c6. But I'm sure she has prepared that. I wouldn't like to give a bishop so early in the game, but surely it's a complex line and they have prepared and they have such strong players. That's a voluntary choice she has made. She has prepared some side variation, whereas knight e2 would have been more the spirit of the position because knight c6 could be met eventually with c5, say c5, and then knight c6 could be met with bishop e3 without danger to the d4 pawn.
Yes, and bishop g4 is not so effective anymore because of the move f3. So we don't pin the knight when the knight is on e2, whereas when the knight is on f3, we don't have a choice but to accept the pin. So knight f3, c5 was played, short castle, bishop g4. Now black is threatening, takes on d4 and then take the knight and play queen d4 and win.
This time a piece because the a4 bishop is also hanging, but generally a pawn.
So win a piece, and rook b1 was played by Polina, attacking the b7 point. So she agrees to give up the d4 pawn in return for pressure on b7. Let us show the viewers that it is not possible to take on b7 immediately because a4 bishop is hanging. So white will have to take some measures before she can pick up the b7 pawn. Would it be possible that white's idea is to take gf3?
Yes, yes. I think there's a game in this particular pawn structure between Kramnik and Kasparov, which ended in a draw, and Kramnik did get some advantage. I remember the structure: bishop was given, and b7 was taken, and d4 was taken, and it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't particularly easy for uh, Kasparov to do that position. I'm sure this is not the exact position because the knight is now badly placed. But perhaps the bishop was on c4 in that game. I'm quite sure the bishop was on c4. But yes, it's still a tough ending, and you had to be Kasparov to make a draw in that. It wasn't an easy position, I remember. And as a Grunfeld defense, I had a lot of problems with this because it became very popular, say 30 years back or 35 years back, and 30 years back probably. So it's a possibility that White is willing to trade this B pawn for the D for her D pawn for White's for Black's B pawn, so that there is a powerful rook in the seventh rank and the pawn on E7 is weak. And in such open position, bishop and knight have a difference of a quality. Bishops are much better in this position than knights, and the E7 pawn could be in serious trouble. So this is not a position which Black will play. So let's look at what rook b1 must have been played quickly because it looks like a preparation. And how about simple b6? Black may have some problems with developing, not here, but maybe before
No,
before
she has
CD.
taken
Oh, she has
cd4.
taken. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but now b6 is not very encouraging. I mean, it's not very. Yeah, I thought maybe it was possible to play direct b6, but there has to be some. We have to be careful about some tactical possibilities. Knight, where to develop the knight is a consideration also. I mean, perhaps CD she wants to play knight c6, but then d5. Oh yeah, CD knight c6 was a possibility directly. Maybe she's planning that knight c6 here, and d5 is not good because of knight e5 or knight d4. So white has to decide on, yeah, d5 is probably bad. Knight, both knight e5 and knight d4 should be seem to be good for black because white's king side will be shattered now, and though white has center control is not going to be very damaging, but yeah, these possibilities do exist. Knight d4 looks more logical, and CD knight c6 looks like a normal way of playing in my opinion here.
Cannot take the knight because the queen is hanging. There has been a game in this exact position so far. Alexander Graf, 2600 player grandmaster, versus Alexander Kovchan, also a grandmaster, but this was played back in 2005. So there is also another game between Hikaru Nakamura and Mamedov, but they agreed for a draw after d5. So that uh,
Yeah, it doesn't add anything to our knowledge.
yes,
Sure.
that game doesn't add. Maybe knight a5 was played. Sorry, my bad. Hikaru, the game did continue after knight a5 and h3 was played in Nakamura Mamedov, and after a few exchanges on the f3 square, a6. So the game did continue, but it ended in a draw finally. But white does have the pair of bishops.
Yes, I'm very uncomfortable about black structure, and the knight is going to come to c4. Yes, but even bishop g5 was a possibility. The purpose of white's play is to exploit the unfortunate position of the a4 bishop. So rook c8 followed by b5 must have been a plan. So rook c8, b5, and then exchange the badly placed knight with the bishop. Direct b5 could run into bishop c2, but it's still possible. But always better to. So you know, one of the games which ended in a draw, Vaishali's knight was stuck at a5, the last Grunfeld, and if black plays rook c8 first, and then rook c2 is bishop c2 is not permitted, so bishop will be exchanged on b3, and then black will have complete equality. But still, as long as the rooks are there, Grunfeld exchange doesn't offer complete equality to black. As long as rooks are there on the board, some problems are always there for black because of the strong central pawn mass by white.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at what is Vaishali's choice. She's still thinking in this position, but we can expect her to take knight c6. She's probably considering the consequences of taking on f3 and going into the end game, but I think that will be rejected and black will surely opt for knight c6, and we will see an interesting middle game in this battle. Let's have a look at Zhu Jainer versus Asubayeva Bibisara. Zhu Jainer has opened with d4, knight f6, c4, g6.
Oh, yes, surprisingly they have played only 4 games before this. The score is 2-1 in favor of Zhu Jainer. And in same color there were 3 games and all were generally e4. I mean, there's one game with very irregular opening, but Sicilian Rosellimo was generally played, and now she plays d4 and c4, which is more or less a regular queen pawn, because there are irregular systems where you play d4 and knight c3 or d4 and c3, reverse London system. But yes, now it's apparently Zujana is going for straight King's Indian, it seems, because I think Asaubayeva plays only King's Indian to my knowledge, and she transposes into Benoni sometimes with c5. But yes, her first 5 moves are generally d6 and castle here in general, and that's why it's probably easy for white to prepare. At the same time, when you're playing against someone who has played several games in this, it's not easy either. So chess isn't an easy game. So easy to prepare a new line against them, but we never know if opponent is well prepared in that, because opponent has been playing only that.
Absolutely, and Zhu Jainer has opted for e4 in all her white games so far, and d4. I think she's playing in this tournament for the first time. e4, d6, bishop e2 by Zhu, short castle, bishop e3, and black went not for the standard knight c6 plan here or the knight bd7 move, which is also very popular, but she goes for the another option here, which is also she does not play e5. Sorry, this is the main move. And after, but here, because white has not yet developed the knight to f3, she takes the decision to go to a6 with her knight, and she will probably follow it up with
Yeah.
e5, d5, and knight to c5.
Yes, the advantage of playing knight a6 first is that you avoid some different options, and you're going to play e5 next. And perhaps some players have postponed e5 even one move, that they play c6 first and then play e5. Although knight a6 and e5 is the most common move order. After knight a6, it's possible to play c6 and e5, but generally the move played that is always e5, and white doesn't benefit by winning a pawn. Say in case of knight f3 e5, knight f3 e5, then d5 d5 doesn't, pawn is not, I mean, white is not able to maintain the extra pawn.
Yeah,
As, yeah,
okay.
it's common.
Let's see knight e5 first, and basically even knight e4
Yes,
here
knight
would
e4 is the
work.
move, and
Yes.
knight into f7 loses a piece to bishop into c3 check. So, and then take the knight, which means that, yeah, or exchange the queen, and then either way.
Knight at
Yes,
it's check.
yeah,
Sorry, I thought castle
yeah,
has
yeah.
happened. So king f7, and this is winning for black, and that's why this pawn is not loose at all. And after e5 d5, we have this wonderful square for our knight on c5, which we are ready to occupy because if we have already played the preparatory move knight a6. And usually here white would love to play b4 and kick back the knight, but e4 is hanging, so she has to waste a move with knight d2, but then, or queen c2 as well, but knight d2 is better. And then black um, stops b4 and secures the knight c5 square for the knight.
Yes, and this takes a lot of time for white to drive this knight. Castles and queen c2 and b3 and a3 and then eventual b4. Meanwhile, black starts some initiative either with by moving the knight and eventual f5. So that's the standard plan in the King's Indian defense. Knight d2 is little preferred to queen c2 here, because knight g4 is a possibility also. And previous with knight on f3, knight g4 and queen c2, knight g4. There are variations. Knight g4 and again bishop g5, bishop c5. Such variations are there. But f6 and then bishop c1 and then f5. It's a complicated line. Also, bishop into c5 is not a great move.
So that's why black first plays knight a6, and now white quickly played knight to f3.
Standard play again.
So black played e5, and white played short castle. She did not play d5, but basically now this game has transposed to, let's say after e4 d6, black had played knight f3, short castle, bishop e2, e5, short castle, knight a6, and now white had played bishop e3. We would
Yeah.
have reached the same position.
Yes, or bishop e3, a move before, and then castle. There's a various ways of playing this. There's a direct knight g4 possibility, or I hear the here knight g4 is the most logical possibility, but then bishop g5, and again h4, f6 is one of the main moves, and bishop c1 or bishop h4 are the possibilities. So complex position. Black needs to play. I mean, it's also possible to play queen e8 here if you have played knight a6, but then knight d5 and very complex lines there. Knight d5 and white tries to play c5, and black always gets counter play. So knight d5 threatens to win an exchange with bishop e7, but there's always some counter play, and c6 directly is also possible. So h3 could be a move here.
Yes, there are many options. Let's have a look at what they played in the game. This was one of the move orders by which they could have reached this position, but they reached the position after bishop e3, knight a6, knight f3, e5, and short castle, and black played queen e7. Queen e7 here, very standard again, and after bishop g5, she goes queen to e8. So, interesting idea. First playing queen e7. Here, knight g4 is probably the main move in this
Yes, knight g4
position.
is the main move. Yeah.
For provoking bishop g5, and after bishop g5 you have various options like f6 and queen e8, but black first played queen e7 with the idea that perhaps we can take
Yes,
and
now
play.
there is a threat. Take on e4 itself.
So queen c2 would be probably met with ed4 and knight c5, and we have, or even c6.
Yeah, c6 also, but even knight c5, bishop f3, c6. Yeah. So here black plans to play knight c5, f3, d5.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
some
there are,
some
and now the
tactics. Yeah.
bishop on e3
Yeah.
is loose. So this is the idea of placing the queen on c7, but white pinned the knight with bishop g5, and black voluntarily went back queen e8, unpinning herself.
I think that's a good idea in one way, because when you play knight g4 instead of queen e7, if you can go back to that position, knight g4 and bishop g5, if you want to play queen e8 line, that white always gets a tempo attacking this knight on g4. And perhaps the knight on f6 is better placed here. So she goes a tempo down where she has not gained knight g4. The logic being that knight g4 is not a useful move. And we must say that knight d5 is never a threat in such position, because knight has been developed at a6. So e4 pawn is just loose, or different ways of playing as well. So knight d5, knight into e4, bishop e7 would be too risky in my opinion. And bishop e7. So I think, but also I think could be a theoretical line, winning an exchange with bishop e7.
Also we
Yeah,
can
knight
take,
yeah,
and
yeah.
play, sorry,
Yeah.
ed5
White,
will be
yeah, but
taken.
ed5, then e4 and f5. So yeah, so black gets a, now knight would have liked to come to king side, white knight, but must go to d2. So I think it's an interesting idea, and knight d5 directly is not possible, which means that this idea is fine, and I'm going to take ed4 next. Need to defend e4. If you play d now it's completely equal. d knight d5. Probably I just take knight into e4 anyway, and I give an exchange. That must be the, yeah, probably, because it's too risky for. I mean, I would, as a Kings Indian player, I would love to play this position with black.
Mm.
uh,
Or maybe queen
Queen
f8,
queen
yeah?
f8, yeah.
Not
And this pawn structure is deadly. In fact, I've had some opportunities of playing this, and my opponents, comparatively youngsters and inexperienced, couldn't realize that black was already better in such positions, because they were, I mean, exchange of for one pawn. They always felt it was inadequate. But look at a lot of weaknesses by white, the d4 weakness particularly, and when black pushes e4, there's going to be all black's pieces are going to pounce over white's king.
Absolutely. Wonderful position for black, which white cannot allow. So, let's see what white has played for queen e8. Has she made a move? No, white is still thinking. So, she has already spent 25 minutes and they have reached this position on the clock.
I
But
think this move order suggests that Bibisara has shown. I mean, she has got great sense of King's Indian, I must say, because this. I have not seen this idea before Queen E7 and Queen E8, but I of course I also played King's Indian, so I've been playing King's Indian for over 4 decades now almost.
yes.
So I know the ideas and the don'ts particularly for both sides. So
We,
this is not a don't. I mean, you can play Queen E7 and Queen E8. Knight on F6 could actually be better than Knight on G4.
yes, Pravinji is a huge King's Indian expert. Pravinji, can you please explain what are the main themes of the King's Indian?
Well, Kings Indian, first of all, I think Kings Indian defense, we must play with the idea that we are going to play a strategically inferior position and we are going to play for initiative. So if nothing happens after 40 moves, black is bound to lose. That's the basic idea. And the main lines go with, say, knight f3 or bishop e2, castles, and bishop e2, e5, and short castle, knight c6. So black wants to, and white is required to play d5 here and knight e7. So now you can see the central pawn mass is blocked, the d4 and the d5 and e4 pawn structure, and black has the pawns on d6 and e5. Now look at the barricade it has created. Black's pieces are not able to go to the queen side, and white pieces are not easily likely to go to the king side. So black's domain of play is the king side and white's domain of play is the queen side. So white plays accordingly, try to push c5 and knight b5 and penetrate at c7, attack the c7, a7, b7 weaknesses. Black plans to move the knight and play f5. Yeah, black plans to move the knight on f6 and then play f5 and f4 and g5, and because white pieces are not going to be there. So it's a battle of weak pawns and a lot of weaknesses and huge space for white and weak king for black. So a few weak king for white also in return. So black plays a game where black needs to act quicker than white. A very interesting position. Very often top players in the world have played this with great success. Though it was for the first time it was played by Dr. Sigbert Taraj, but basically it has been popularized first by Boleslavsky and his son-in-law Bronston, and then of course Bobby Fischer, who really played it well, and Kasparov. And I think today I've seen most of the players have played. Even Kramnik has played. Anand, it was Anand's weapon in 85 and 86 when he was not a strong player, but he was a great attacking master even then. And he preferred to play this. And his victory against Grandmaster Palatnik, for example, was such a game that Palatnik was really confused at what went wrong in his strategy. So sometimes the great players have always found the way to play this with black. But yes, it's also something like if God plays with God, God with white will win, and that you have to keep in mind. Although Fisher didn't say about this position.
Also, I think nowadays all the strong players, like I think the most in our generation, the player who really popularized the King's Indian was Temur Rajapov, who
Yes.
played King's Indian extensively until 2012. He was only playing King's Indian as black, even in the candidates tournament. And then only recently, in the last 1 decade, he started playing the QGD very much. So he was a pioneer of the King's Indian defense in our generation, and also in the current top 10 players, Ding Liren, Carlsen, Nakamura, everyone has played King's Indian extensively and contributed so much to the understanding of this
Yes,
variation.
Ding Liren and Aronian. Aronian stopped playing Kings Indian when he was to play some important matches. But yes, they had some great insight about Kings Indian. Ding Liren, yes, certainly, and they play in one of the most menacing ways. It's not easy for white. They make white very uncomfortable. Ding Liren particularly.
Absolutely. So short castle, queen e7, bishop g5 was played, queen e8, and white has still not made up her mind what to do against the queen e8 move. So we will come back to this game, but we are sure to see a very hard fought battle in this round between these two players. They both
Yeah.
are the leaders of the tournament, and the King's Indian on the board always promises a good fight.
Yes, also they are not likely to qualify to the World Championship candidates by their rating. So qualification through Grand Prix is one of their major sort of requirements.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at the other games if they have progressed. Let's go have a look at Lano versus Goryachkina. We left it at the initial stage. Knight bd2 was played by Lano, to which Goryachkina replied with d6, c3, and short castle. Short castle followed by a6, forcing white to commit. Bishop c6, pawn takes, and rook e1. And this is the position we left it at.
Yes.
So black played bishop a7 voluntarily here.
I thought a5 was fine, but okay, bishop a7 to avoid a tempo generally in d4, fine.
And the idea is that white goes knight f1 and black wants to play h6 here, not allowing bishop g5, pinning the
Yes,
knight.
because if white got bishop g5 and knight g3 and knight h5, then the king side will be shattered because the black bishop is not on e7.
For example,
Yes, I mean, it's
sorry,
just a plan we could probably show with the arrows.
sorry,
And
there
yeah,
seems to be
yeah,
a
okay.
bishop a7, knight f1, let's say rook e8, bishop g5. There seems to be an issue with the making the bishop g5 move, so I'll just show it with the arrows. Rook e1, bishop g5, let's say bishop e6, knight g3, followed by knight h5 next, and knight on f6 is super vulnerable here. There is no knight to protect it either.
Yes.
So black played h6 here. It's required move not to allow bishop g5, and white plays knight g3 standard, rook e8, h3, preventing any kind of knight g4 and bishop g4 ideas in the future, and rook b8. Wow, so unusual move, rook
Yes,
b8.
I thought if one wanted to play rook b8, one should play it with a5, but surely there's some weakness with queen a4 and rook b8. Actually, it seems that white could try b4 here, but one doesn't know because you don't have a light colored bishop and you don't want to put your pawns on dark squares because then the pawns are the only guards of the light squares now, the pawns and queens. So uh, yes, I think this is a very interesting position. Generally, bishops play an important role in such position, but yes, black is not going to get a proper square for the c8 bishop if black is not trying to put it on a6. So h3 prevents bishop g4. Bishop on e6 is not very productive.
All right, so let's have a look. What are white's options? Because rook b8 prevents the easy development of this bishop because rook b2 will be hanging. If we play b4, it's too much. It's too committal a move. c5 will be played, and
a3, bro. You can manage with a3. Yeah, and c5 bishop e3 is also option. c5 is probably not playable because of bishop e3 on the last move.
right. Um, and can we have the player screen on the board? The
Yes, the
If we could have a look at the player cameras, it would be really nice.
yes.
H3, rook b8 is the last move. I'm just wondering if Lano, what are the moves Lano is thinking about here? One could be queen c2,
Yes, queen c2.
protecting
Yeah,
b2.
both sides have a issue with the queen bishop because white, in my opinion, must exchange the bishop a7 bishop with bishop e3. And what does black do with the c8 bishop is something we need to see. So I think white probably should go queen c2 with quick bishop e3. That's what I thought was logical. And if white wants to attack the queen side pawns with queen a4 eventually, then perhaps rook b1 and bishop e3 is possible. But somehow rook b1 is a bit artificial, and queen c2 bishop e3 looks like a logical plan.
Okay, let's come back to this game and have a look at what Harika is doing against Nino. Wow, they have reached this position after d5. So let's go. d5 was the move opted for by Harika, closing the position. And here black played knight to e7. White played queen d3, coming out of the pin as you expected.
Yes, queen d3 was expected, attacking the pawn.
And knight d7, bishop d1, knight
So
c5.
so knight d7 we can, I mean ab5 wasn't really a great choice instead of bishop d1 because knight c5 coming and the king side would get shattered because the queen would would be doing two jobs of guarding the b3 bishop and f3 knight. So a b5 knight c5 would have been awkward. So bishop d1, reasonably good move. Black seems to be comfortable here, but
Yes, because knight c5, queen c2 and ba4, white has lost a pawn. And when she
ba4 or knight into a4 wasn't possible. It means because
knight a4, maybe she doesn't like c4.
yeah, but is she losing back the pawn? Knight c5 back. Okay, b4, knight c5. You have b4 and some yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, knight c5 and huge
It's
competition.
I think I'll just show it with
Yes.
arrows. Knight a4 will be played with c4, and yeah, it's some compensation. But this was also possible.
Pawn into
Maybe she
a4.
does not
Yes.
like b4 and white gets space.
So pawn into a4. Now with the bishop on g4 still alive, this pawn is going to stay here for long. It's not easy for white to get back the pawn, isn't it? I mean, pawn into a4, and then one has to go for yeah. So let's see how the game goes. Pawn into a4, and it's a bit complex, one must say. And yeah, queen c2 and pawn into a4. So now I see a different problem with this, that black may get a c6 break quickly, and then black has a very comfortable position.
Yes, it's an interesting position.
Yes, I think perhaps the knight d7 was a good move, and it's not easy to recover the pawn, and black is going to castle and play c6 break. And if you play bishop into e3, black could still go bishop d7 and make it a little difficult to make the moves. So let's see. Probably not a very familiar idea to both of them. A new position, and yes, a complex one for sure.
Yes,
So
and there we have Asubaeva and Zujiner scam on the board, with Zujiner having played c5. So let's have a look at that game.
oh, bishop into f6 first and c5. Okay.
Yes, interesting decision by Asubaeva, by Zujiner. Let's have a look at the board. Bishop g5 was followed with queen e8, bishop f6, bishop takes, and c5 on the board. Wow. Um,
Uh, well, it's a. She wants to take on a6.
wow, it's a very nice idea actually,
Yeah, it's a
because
common idea in the sense pawn into pawn, bishop into a6, and
maybe
then
knight
knight
d5
d5
first.
first. Yeah, also bishop forces bishop d8 because of the possibility of, and then bishop into a6 and take on e5. This must be uh, better for white, but
Or even
uh,
c5.
taking on c5. But even this position is not impossible, and I've drawn this pawn structure against dc5 structure against Grandmaster Vladimirov. So yes, it was difficult initially, and eventually all was well. So,
Wow, this is a very nice decision by Zu. I like what she has gone
yes,
for.
aggressive. Surely not letting into the regular King's Indian field where black has standard move. After c5, the position is no longer like a King's Indian. It's more or less independent opening. And yes, it's been a choice of many strong players in slightly different structures. The move c5 is more common when black has committed f6. Then black camp is really weak. But yes, a hanging position of bishop on f6 is a important point. So generally, I think ed4 for c5, ed4 may not be possible in my opinion. E into d4 here. So knight d5, uh, yeah. So ed4 could be dangerous because of knight d5. This looks really very risky.
And bishop d8 is forced
Yeah,
because we are threatening bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight, and knight c7 fork. So bishop has, and right now the bishop is attacked. So bishop has to go back to d8. Queen d8 would be very, very sad, because we can even take the knight and then we pick up the bishop as well. This is
yeah.
also possible, even though maybe not the best way, but this is also good for white, I would say.
Yes, I think not particularly bad because bishop compensates, bishop b7 or something. It's still not bad as such, but it's going to be more or less a technical game based on black's weak pawn structure rather than black's activity. So I think that way, no, this must be a complex position as well. Yeah, so we
So
can't know.
c5, a really good decision by white after thinking for a really long time. She thought for 20 minutes for to take on f6 and then goes for this idea.
Yes, giving up a bishop in such an open position, the g7 bishop could be a monster if ed4 was played and the bishop survived. So that's the reason why it had to be a. It is a very committed decision, and she has obviously found out some great, accurate tactical sequence which leads to a complex game when she is hoping to get an advantage with this play.
Wow, fantastic. So let's yeah, we will come back to this game. I think this is going to be the game of the round. That's my
Yes,
prediction. And
at least the most thrilling game because a lot of activity has already begun.
absolutely. Let's have a look at how Polina and Vaishali are doing. Polina played with the d4 opening, and Vaishali chose the Grunfeld defense, and they reached this position. And after rook b1, black took on d4, and Vaishali finally played knight c6 after thinking for 22 minutes.
Okay, it's a bit surprising because I didn't see any other move actually in that way. I thought it was.
I think she
Oh
was
yeah, yeah.
considering this
And
endgame.
she realized that this is not good. In my opinion, this position is not particularly good for black if black was to take on d4. But now she wants to take on d4. White can justify the presence of bishop on a4 with bishop into c6. But giving away the bishop into c6 and then guard the d4 one with a passive move like bishop e3, it's not a proper way of playing for. So I think black has probably equalized here, in my opinion, and not that the bishop b5, bishop a4 has really succeeded in much. Yes, if white had developed the knight on e2, this position would have been more interesting for white in the sense f3 and bishop e3 was a more solid structure to play for white than this, where the d4 pawn and its weakness, it's easy possibilities of black to attack it quickly. They are deciding. Although the position is probably balanced, or maybe slight could be white could be slightly better, but black is playing the threatening moves or the aggressive moves, attacking the pawn, etc. So it's going to be so the rhythm will be decided by black, and accuracy probably uh, could go into favor of white in the sense of the assessment of the position. So white's position, because of the strong structure and good center pawn mass, it's possible that white's position is good, but I think black has solved her problems. And if bishop into c6 has to be played, then surely it doesn't really make much sense to play this variation with white.
Right. So knight c6 was replied to with d5, and black played knight d4. No, black is still thinking. Black has not yet made her move. Yes, I see the knight on c6.
So knight d4 and knight e5. Knight d4 is always better in such structure.
Also
But
knight
yeah,
a5, which was Mamedarov's choice against Hikaru.
okay. So he decided not to double the pawns on f3 because knight d4, black is able to shatter white's pawn structure with and take on f3 because the bishop is away. But knight a5, okay. So a different choice. Sometimes there are greater strategic considerations. If they find that the kingside attack is not very easy in those positions, then they go for some different strategic considerations which are relevant. So probably let's see what the time position is. So there, yeah, but now I think they're already out of their preparation probably. So it's going to be more or less a game between them rather than somebody else. And we can see, although I don't see much of firework in this position, this is going to be a more or less a technical game. Not much exchanges and captures and sacrifices are likely to be made in this. Knight c4, I was just considering if white can actually play some strange moves like bishop d2, because you can't play b6. So knight a5, say a strange move like bishop d2 is also possible perhaps because I just want to take, although artificial move, and if you play knight c4, if I can take rook into b7 without losing something, and bishop f3, gf3, I don't know, it looks very risky because the king is weak, but yes, if you can actually play rook b7, then you will be in a good position. But pieces are hanging, and no, after knight c4, if you have rook b7, one doesn't know. It's the hanging nature of the position that decides. So some has been played knight d4. I think black is very comfortable in my opinion. d5, knight d4 has been played, and in fact, having played Grunfeld, I prefer black here, bishop e3, forcing a decision at least, because otherwise it was, yeah. And it's, I think, knight f3 check and bishop h3 that comes into consideration. Knight f3 check and bishop h5 is also a possibility, because white queen is stuck then. Bishop h3 looks more logical. And it's not easy for black to give a check in the g line with the queen, otherwise it would be checkmate. But black won't have any. So yeah, but black is very comfortable, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I would prefer this position from black,
Yeah.
but Polina clearly knows what she's doing. She has 1 hour 25 minutes on the clock after 14 moves to Vaishali's 46 minutes.
Yeah, which means, okay, she has also, Polina has also not played very fast, because she has consumed 5 minutes plus the additional incremental time, which is about another 7 minutes. Yeah. So she has consumed about 12 minutes.
She's playing quite fast for
Yeah.
after 14 moves to have only consumed
Yeah,
7
7
minutes.
minutes. Yeah.
It seems like she is in her preparation, or at least she has checked this position in her preparation. And after knight d4, bishop e3, knight f3 was played. So white took on f3 with the pawn. Sorry, let's wait for the moves to get updated.
Yes.
I see it on the board.
But yeah, it's not yet updated, so it's better we have it. A check, and of course a recapture is compulsory. So we have a very interesting position here now, because the king side is weak, but a game is not going to be decided by king side attack, because there are no knights, and with bishop on h3 as well, it's not easy for black to try to get to give a check in the g line by a major piece, because no way to come to uh, the such square g2 square. Black queen will be unable to come to g2. So that's the reason, and probably we have some interesting, yeah, bishop h3, rook e1. So yes, here I think not very predictable position, I must say. It's something which is comparatively new, and perhaps we go to some other board, because now black is going to make a choice of a plan. So perhaps this is a position where she's going to take some more time. B7 pawn is attacked, and something has to be done. Black needs to play, perhaps activate the queen and the rooks, and how quickly that one could do is depends on this.
So we have covered this game quite extensively. Let's have a look at Harika versus Nino, and then we can go for a quick break after
Yes.
we have a look at this game. The qu- af- let's see what happened earlier. Black played knight c5, queen c2, and here black could have taken with the knight as well, but she took on a4 with the pawn. Bishop e3, bishop d7, and white played knight bd2. So white is a pawn down, but the a4 pawn will be picked with the bishop on d1, but she might have to give up the dark squared bishop for the knight in return.
Yes, which will not be a great plan, but I mean, okay, really, if both the bishops are exchanged, then two white knights will be much better than the black bishop and knight. For example, if white bishop also gets exchanged after capture on e4, then the black would have a c5 bishop and knight g6, and white would have two knights. That position is clearly better for white. So if white gets back the pawn, white will be in a much better position. Getting back the pawn, getting back the pawn while keeping the d5 pawn intact could be a challenge. And moves like castle and c6 or direct c6. Now, how do you intend to capture the pawn? After bishop c5, you still want to play queen d3, which is and then bishop into a4. So still some time, and there's a chance of f5 break or c6 break for black. So castle, and if you take and play queen d3, then perhaps f5 is a possibility as well, or c6 is a possibility. Although I see castles, yeah, I think black is quite comfortable because bishop c5 and queen d3. Then again there are confusing moves like rook b8 when you need to guard the b2 pawn first. But I think knight c4 and then black getting f5 is bit. Uh, while your bishop is busy capturing a4, attack with pawns against e4 and d5 structure is possible. Rather, it's in the spirit of a Spanish opening.
Right. I feel like it's also um, like black doesn't have many issues to solve, and it is white who will have to come up with good ideas, because f5, as you have spoken about, after white has closed the center, f5 is an idea that's always in the air.
Yes, you don't even need a to capture with a pawn here. In e4 e5 setups, this white doesn't have a pawn on c4 in general. F5 can be captured with piece very comfortably. It's not easy for white to maintain a piece on e4, and black doesn't, rather in king pawn openings, white black doesn't really play g6 f5 and take with the pawn, but black prefers to take here. The d5 pawn could be loose. Similarly, c6 break also is on cards, and it's not very common to push d5 in archangels for white, unless it's for winning the b5 pawn. The lines where they play d5 and then win the b5 pawn with knight on a3, and if you're not won a pawn, then perhaps black shouldn't have problems in the opening. Okay, was this played before?
Yes, before has been played, but now after a into b3 and en passant is a uh, unique unique capture in chess, where the pawn, if your pawn is already on the fifth rank and your opponent pushes their pawn for the first time in the game up to two squares, and it's right next to your pawn, then you can capture it just as if they had pushed it one square ahead.
So okay, she has chosen to give up a pawn rather than trading the e3 bishop, but I don't see real compensation in this, because uh, pawn into b3, knight into b3, knight into b3, you even fracture your king side pawn structure. So what could be the plan in case of a into b3? You take with the knight and your opponent takes knight into b3, which means you must play queen into b3 and bishop into e3 is smashed. So, well, even if you get back the a6 pawn, there is no justification. I think I'm not very happy with white's position here, but probably she must have found some way of getting activity against the a6 pawn. But a bit different type of Royal Lopez play. I mean, it's not very common that white plays in this manner. Allowing b into e4 pawn sacrifice was a great decision by Lubojevic in the Dubai Olympiad in 1986 when he beat Karpov, where he actually got back the a4 pawn after a long battle. It was given the best game of one of the informants after the Olympiad. So giving a pawn into a4 is not a great decision, and I'm not very happy after knight into b3, then take on bishop into e3, or perhaps rook b8 first, even rook b8 before bishop into e3. Somehow I don't think that even after white wins a6 pawn, because the black bishops are already exchanged, white does not stand to gain any advantage. And I think after knight b3, queen b3, rook b8, and whatever you do, black is going to play f5, and black seems to be a bit preferable. I don't deliberately play bishop into e3 because then the f5 loses its punch. But even that's a possibility, and calculations will reveal. But somehow I'm not very happy with white's position here, because
But even after f5, white does have knight g5, knight
yeah, but bishop
e6.
is on d7, so knight is okay. So it will take some time. It's not going to be attack, but yes, also artificial possibility of knight a4 exists. But white knight on a3 b3 is strong, so it should be exchanged. And yes, if there are more pieces on the board, if white gets c4 c5, then black's pawn structure would be bad. But by eliminating these pieces, white will never get time to play c4 and c5. It's not going to be easy. So I think knight b3, queen b3, and rook b8. I prefer that to knight b3, queen b3, be3, fe3. So yeah, something. And generally, sometimes bishop b5 provoking c4 is also option, but generally not good in my opinion. It's very artificial way. I think black is comfortable at bit trying to find out the strategy behind white's plan, and I'm confused at the moment. So we'll wait for the players to make a move here.
Absolutely. We will come back to this game, but as Pravinji explained, we feel black is more than okay, and white will have to find a lot of accurate moves in order to defend this, or find a brilliant idea to be able to counter the pawn sacrifice that has already been made in the opening. Let's have a look at Lano versus Goryachkina, which is another interesting clash. Both Lano and Goryachkina in good spirits after having won the game yesterday. Here we left it at knight f1 and black played h6, knight g3 and rook e8, h3, rook b8 was played, and here white played d4, opening the center. Pawn took on e4 and knight took back, so the knight is really well placed, ready to jump to c6. c5 would be a mistake because we still play knight c6, forking the knight,
Yes.
forking the queen and the
A rook and the
b8
bishop
rook.
and everything. Yeah, so
So
queen d7 could be met with knight f5. Queen is very awkwardly placed, so bishop d7 is a standard move here. And probably white wants to play knight f5 and queen f3 and play for some kingside attack. Uh, but black will eventually have to trade one, maybe bishop into d4 at some time could be required and leaving the other bishop. And then if, yeah, so bd7. So the option of bishop into d4 will have to be exercised sometime if the knight on d4 becomes very menacing. But overall, I think there's no problem. Queen f3 could, I mean, yeah, queen f3, bishop into d4 is need not be ruled out. But yeah, I think roughly equal position. Little preferable to white because of better center, but not really great. But the position could become very interesting because now the chance of kingside attack, something like knight f5 and queen f3 and some threats. So the game will probably be, this will take a very interesting shape very soon.
absolutely. I think it is time to go on a short break before we come back to the middle games, which will be going on by the time we return. See you soon. Stick on. Welcome back after the break, and lots been happening in the game. So let's head straight to the action on the board. We have Zujiner playing against Bibisara, and C5 was replied to with knight B4 by Bibisara, taking a total of 14 minutes for this game. And Zujiner replied to knight B4 with knight B5. Very, very sharp game by both the players.
Yes, confusing moves actually. Knight b4 is a confusing move. Bibisara has a very unique style. Her moves are not easy to understand. And is black required to play queen d8 here? I think black needs to go back queen d8 here because knight into c7 is a threat. And yeah, white seems to be a bit comfort, a bit better, not really better. The dark color bishop has been given generally a very big commitment in King's Indian defense, because if black is able to play ed4 and open up the bishop, then white could be in some trouble. So surely queen d8 looks more logical. Queen e7 also possible, queen d7, but yes, difficult to make a choice, and white is going to capture twice, I think. D into c into d6, and also c into d6 and d5 could be on white's place. So if you go queen d8, then perhaps cd6, cd6, and d5. But still, I think it's roughly equal position. Black is not really in a bad position. Knight b4, if one has to exploit the black knight on b4, then white should eventually play a structure with d5 without losing the c5 pawn, which means in case of queen d8, white would play cd, cd, and d5, and then try to exploit the position of the knight on a6.
Absolutely. And we would also like to ask our chat, what do you think of the new board color? I really like it.
Yes, I think after a lot of trials and errors, now this is something which I think we have come to sort of everybody here seems to be liking it. Let viewers give their opinions. Please share your opinions about the chat or about the openings or whatever is the play. It will be available, and if we look at the chat at that time, then we'll be able to reply to you. Generally, the moves need not talk about the specific moves and combinations, but perhaps general ideas of openings or what the championship is about. And if we see such a question, we tell you what the Grand Prix is, and who are qualified, and what's the prize money, and who are the players, because it's, I think, the top players, top women players in the world, except the world champion and the two candidates, they're all here for a very interesting tournament.
Absolutely. So, Zujiner versus Bibisara, a game that we are going to have our eyes on throughout the broadcast today. Let's go back to Lano versus Gorechkina, which we had a look at, and let's see if some moves have been played. Yes, Bishop d7 and Lano still thinking, so not much action here. We did have a look at this position with Queen f3 and Knight f5 ideas for white, but Lano seems to be thinking about her decision here. Does she want to go for some other plans?
I don't know, Queen f3, sometimes even d5 is perhaps possible, because if you play e5, then knight e4, and the e1 rook is hanging, so knight into e4, rook into e5, something of that sort. So, even since black has two bishops, d5 and c5 moves, such moves are already, I mean, they should always be considered, because c5, bishop c6 attacking white pawn, or d5 sometimes, and uh, putting the white pieces in awkward position. Black wants to open up the game, and as a result, on every move, white will have to consider c5 and d5 by black, and also bishop into d4. So white's play and bishop e3 is not possible, because b2 is hanging, e4 is hanging. There's some problem with the even rook, although white may be slightly better because of the better center control. But black's pieces have a lot of latent potential energy.
Yes, I do like black's position. The more I look at it, even though black's uh, pawn structure is worse than white's, white's has problems with her development and piece coordination.
Yes, I think this position, mostly the e4, e5 players with black are agreeable to this position. And I mean, I've played this structure from both sides, and I think it's a good structure to play. There's nothing, I mean, you have so much to plan here, because because of the flexible center, that lot of things, original things can be worked out.
And I have a question here. Now that a lot of things have changed and we don't have the typical Royal Lopez structure with the pawn on e5, can we go for c4, preventing d5 ideas, and with the idea of b3 and bishop b2?
C4 generally a correct strategic move. If you can get b3, bishop b2, and then perhaps knight f5, it could be very strong. One has to see if it's tactically justified here, because
Because of the problems with
yes,
the rook on
probably in the
e1.
pin, and yeah, because the d4 is hanging, so moves like d5 can also come. Direct knight into e4 perhaps is possible, and rook into e4, and too many pieces on the same, yeah, queen h4, and then one must play f3 and I don't know, it's f3 and then d5, d5 perhaps,
f5
f5, yeah, f5. No,
or
why
d5?
yeah. I thought d5 also, but why? And you see the d4 knight becomes weak. White is suffering from some development issues. So uh, if you could get actually c4, b3, bb2, you could be better. But it's not easy to get that, because black has completed the development and white hasn't, and white has no useful square for the c1 bishop. Also the b2 pawn is hanging, and if white was to give two moves like rook b1 and then bishop development, then black has lot of time in such open game. So why I prefer black here is the same as you say, it's a comfortable position, and yes, white must play say rook b1 here and then something. So it's not very clear what white really wants to do. What white wants to do is, of course, knight f5, queen f3, and if c4, b3, and bb2. All that is easily said than done. I think that's the problem.
Wonderful. So we wonderfully explained there, sir. We will come back to this game and let's have a look at how Harika is doing against Nino, because we were not very happy with the pawn sacrifice by white, but she did go for it. So b4 was played over here and black took an en passant, and after an ab3, knight takes pawn, bishop, queen into knight. Black remains a pawn up. The a6 pawn is an extra pawn and an outside passer to add. After knight g6, white plays c4, controlling a few squares on the queen side, but a6 still alive and kicking.
Yes, I think. Well, if white gets pawn on e3 after the bishop exchange, then white has two possibilities. One is to push c5, and also it prevents knight f4. So black is going to maintain the bishop on b6, and always prepare to reply bishop into b6 with cb, which means that white will concentrate on c5 break without capturing on b6. If that happens, then black could have a bad pawn structure. But in any case, somehow I think that the position, it's not really justified, and also f5 comes into a consideration. Here I don't know f5 if it can be met with c5, but f5 also attacks the e4 point, and it's not a easy position to play for white in my opinion. And well, I think it's difficult to make a plan as well, because you need to win b6 pawn in order to do something. So how do you attack it more than twice? For example, queen and rook. Yes, it would be very slow to play bishop into b6 and then triple in the double in the b line and attack with the queen. Black will eventually break open quickly with f5, knight f4, and um, it could be a very tricky decision. Had the black knight been on d7, this would have been a completely different play. Black would just get knight c5, and that would be terrible for white. But the only consolation is that the knight is not coming to c5 and must wait for some opportunity on the king side. So f5 break in general has to be planned, and not much. I don't know what plan could be made. I'm not very comfortable with a d5 move, and somehow I feel that black is better here.
Yes, definitely. White is clearly a pawn down without any
Yeah,
compensation to
no threats,
show.
no threats. Yeah.
And black's king is very safe. Sorry, let's not show it red because it is actually very safe. So, and black's pieces are well placed, and knight is also decently placed, even though it would be better on c5, but even on g6 ready to jump on f4 or h4 anytime. And bishop on d7 also quite good, a good bishop. Anytime she can also play bishop g4, even though it's not required. And after a5 f4, the bishop will do a good job of protecting the a passer. So
Yeah, white should try to exchange the light colored bishop. Queen a3 and bishop a4 can be a plan. But again, black bishop can move somewhere else. But I think queen a3 and bishop a4 looks like the only plan here. For queen a3, I want to play c5 as well, trying to spoil your pawn structure. And bishop a4, try to exchange the bishop. And when the bishops are exchanged, you know this position, entire position, if there are no breaks, then eventually white gets back the a6 pawn, then white could be better. But again, very long process. And queen a3, bishop a4, at the moment looks like the only way of playing.
yes, so definitely something has gone wrong for Harika here in the opening after d5. We are not sure if this was the best way to play, and we will wait for her post-game comments on finding out whether it was part of her preparation or maybe she mixed up some of her lines. So let's go to Shuvalova versus Vaishali now, and they've reached a wonderful middle game position after d5. Black chose knight to d4 with 47 minutes on the clock, bishop e3, and black played knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and bishop to h3 as we had discussed. Rook comes to e1, and now there is no queen g5 check. First of all, the pawn is on e7. Secondly, the bishop guards it, so there is no checkmate on g2.
Yes,
Queen
we could put it this way that the black queen has no chance of coming to g2. Not
exactly.
easy.
All the squares are guarded by white. So black played queen a5, activating her queen,
But
but
giving up a pawn straight, yeah, b7 pawn.
she chooses to give up a pawn, but maybe she wants to play for compensation after rook f b8. We will not play this rook to b8 because the a7 pawn is also hanging thanks to this monster bishop on e3, which does a good job of attacking it. But after rook f b8,
Even e7, no.
uh, if we give up this pawn as well, then
Bishop c3, and yeah, there could be some problems after
bishop c3 is a fantastic move here because rook e2 will run into
bishop. Queen into a4, yes.
the wonderful queen sacrifice, and now our king is in real trouble because bishop h3 guards the g2 square.
Yes, but not via g2, the some different entry point. So black is playing for this active play. So rook b8 looks logical, and safest course for white could be rook into b8 and bb3 or direct bishop c6. But even then, bishop c3 is a tough move to reply to because rook e2 is very. I mean, if you don't have a rook in the back rank, it's always a matter of concern.
Yeah, but I like Vaishali's play, and it's also in her style. She's very active. She does not like to just sit passively. So I like the idea that she has given up her pawn, but for activity, and I feel that Shuvalova also must be feeling comfortable because she also likes activity. Both the players have a similar playing style. However, Shuvalova here has to be a little more careful. So even though she's a pawn up, she's the one who needs to find some defensive moves here.
Yes, and perhaps white's plan could be a rook b8, bb3, and bishop d2. But it's or maybe but bishop d2 is again awkward. Should white succeed in getting f4 and queen f3, white will be much better. But it's not going to come because the e1 rook will be hanging all the time, and you drive away the h3 bishop, you will be better. So in order to win this game, white first has to defend everything and then drive away the bishop. Then white could be winning. So it's a very lengthy procedure for white to win. So I think a pawn sacrifice here is justified compared to if you compare with Harika's game where there's no initiative in return. Here there's a lot of initiative in return. So both the pawn sacrifices can't be looked at in the same way, in my opinion. It also depends on what you have in exchange for the pawn. So I think a complex game, one can say.
And one more thing we must point out is this pawn structure for white is a little broken, and that's why even though white has an extra pawn, it is not easy to make a passer in the end game.
Yes, f4 and e5 eventually you will get a passed pawn, but yes, it's a middle game with if white can get queen on f3 and pawn on f4 and rook in the back rank, that probably black will have some problems because the bishop, you see the bishop on h3 has no squares generally. So if it's attacked, then it has no safe squares. So
So basically, the rook's path could be rook e2, rook c2, and rook c1.
yes, and I think it's very slow. Meanwhile, black
Or
can get
maybe
a5 and a4. Black can
even
try to get a5 and a4, yeah, always.
Yes, or
Yeah,
queen e2 and rook c1 is faster,
yeah,
but a5 and a4
yeah.
and bishop will have problems. So black has good compensation.
Yes, I think because white has to exchange the rooks first, then bishop b3, then queen e2, then move the rook to d1, perhaps f square or c1, and then f4.
Right, very well explained. So we can hope for a big battle here. We will see what.
Oh, first
Oh,
bishop c3.
she
Okay.
does not go for rook f8, but she goes for bishop c3 here. So white will definitely play rook e2. She
Yes,
will
but
not give
here
up the
I was bit
exchange.
reluctant. I know she could be correct. She must be correct, but there could be an early threat of quick bishop d2 in this case after rook e2, because you force your opponent's rook on e2. So yes, if the bishops get exchanged with bd2, then it depends on the how quickly are you in a position to penetrate on the play. But I think that's a logic also. If you play rook e2 and bishop d2, your opponent allows you to take on c3. When you take on c3, black will take queen into c3, threatening queen f3, and if you go rook c2, black suddenly goes queen f6 or queen e5 and starts playing against g2 point. So yes, I think then white shouldn't exchange black bishop, which means bishop b3, f4, bishop b3, rook c2 and f4. Still a very slow plan.
Wow.
Meanwhile, what happens to the b7 rook, we don't know, because if it is attacked by bishop, but e7, it has a. The problem is that if white takes on e7 and nothing happens to the rook eventually, then bb3 and d6 could just suddenly hand over the initiative to white, and then black will have nothing to justify. So, and if black keeps one piece tied down to guard e7 point, a point that bishop on f6, then it why black doesn't have compensation. So I think a balanced game with mm practical chances for black because of the initiative.
All right. So rook e2 and it's black's turn to play. We can expect black to play rook fb8. Rook e7 again is not possible because queen takes the bishop. Queen takes and rook b1 checkmate for white king. So this is good compensation for black. We will come back to this game. And another game we wanted to have a look at was Lano versus Goryachkina. We actually did see this only a few minutes ago. So let's have a look at Zujiner and Bibisara. What are they doing? Here,
Yeah.
knight b4, knight b5,
Okay,
and queen
queen
e7.
e7. There are three choices: queen e7, queen d7, and queen d8. So she plays queen e7. Okay. Uh, Choice that could run into rook c1, rook c7 sometime, but she knows what she is doing. So I think cd is probably uh, on white's cards. If black gets a chance to play ed4, then black should be okay. e4 pawn is under attack. So a3 directly encourages knight going to c6. So white is probably going to play with a d5 structure soon. But nothing much has happened. Black has played only one move since we had a look. So how much time did she take for queen e7?
Queen e7 was played after thinking for uh, more than 18 minutes.
Yes, because I think there are three choices. Queen d7 was that didn't look good, but queen d8 and queen e7 are the main choices. And she plays queen e7, which means she wants to keep the queens. She is not comfortable with queen exchange, although she has two bishops. So perhaps the initiative. I think in endgame the white pieces could have greater initiative than middle game, because queen on e7 can guard a few pieces. CD has been played, and if white plays d5, black will quickly play bishop g7 and f5. But yes, knight on b4 is going to move to a6, stopping an entry on c7. So I think a balanced position, I must say. D into e5, possible. A3 here, the knight c6 is also possible, and then d5. And I think black should play the knight to a6 anyway, even for a3, because knight c6 then d5, and the c7 point becomes very susceptible. So I think knight is good on a6 in either case. Even if you have a chance to move knight to c6, then after d5, if you are not intending to give up a pawn with knight d4, then perhaps it's better to put a knight on a6, wait for white to push d5. Once white pushes d5, then go back bishop g7 and play f5. Then it could be a comfortable position. because white doesn't have black square bishop. White is not going to close this structure and play with a bad bishop on e2 and all those black squares weak. So what does white do then? Queen a4. I mean, quite a few moves. Nothing concrete here, I think.
Oh, I see that they have played a few moves. The game
Okay.
is not yet updated, but we see that a3, knight c6, d5, knight d4,
Uh,
sorry,
okay, d5.
d5, knight d4, knight takes,
Yes, knight.
and e
That okay.
takes. This is the live position on the board with bishop d3 already played by Zujiner, and a few more moves have been played. So let's have a look. Black.
Was queen d3 possible here, trying to win the pawn immediately, or did it have a tactical refutation? Instead of bishop d3, was queen d3 possible? Attacking the pawn? No, rook e8 was coming, and when you take d4, you lose e4. Yeah, so black has taken a dynamic decision of taking a weak pawn, and apparently she is sure that she is not going to lose the d4 pawn. Although queen a4 is on the cards, and bishop g4. Yes, sometimes endgames with bishop g4 and h3 and middle games with bishop into f3. The f6 bishop is more active than the d3 bishop, so black shouldn't be worse here, in my opinion. But
Oh,
bishop g4
s- uh,
is a
pardon me. There, I think white played 14th move queen a4 and not a3.
okay,
And this is the position that
okay,
we have on the board with d5,
okay.
knight d4, pawn takes, and bishop d3. So the white pawn is still on a2 with queen on a4 already.
So pawn is
Black
going
to
to be
move.
sacrificed. But yes, it's still a complex position. In fact, I remember that in 1989, the first National Rapid Championship, I won a pawn this way against Vishwanathan Anand, only to find that my position was too loose.
Okay, wonderful. So we will have a look at this game later. We can expect black to play bishop d7 or
Yeah, bishop d7, queen b4 perhaps, and or bishop d7, bishop b5 is not possible. So
there are many options
yeah.
for both sides. Let's come back to this game later. Let's have a look at how Harika is doing against Nino.
Did we have a look at all four games?
Yes, we did. So
Okay,
let's
fine.
have a
Yeah.
look at how Harika is doing against Nino. And can we have the player cams if they are available? And yes, so c4 queen b8 was played, and queen b3, sorry, we left the position over here, knight g6, c4, queen b8. So this is the live position, and here my computer suggests a great idea for white, which I really like, and I hope Harika will find it. She can play h4 here
Yes,
because the queen has
queen
left.
b8 I think is a move resulting from confusion. Where should the black queen be? Since the structure is closed, Spanish d4, d5 and e4 versus d6 and e5, the black queen belongs to king side, and somehow white doesn't seem to be black doesn't seem to be doing well with queen b8 here. Doesn't look like a very logical way. And yeah, white has a good move h4, but even otherwise, I think what she wants is probably bishop into e3 and queen b6. White is not compelled to take here. So I also thought that uh, queen a3 was also a possibility, and bishop e3, queen e3, queen b6, then even c5. But yes, h4 and bishop e3, queen e3, and queen b6, then even a c5 pawn sacrifice, followed by rook c1 and take the pawn. I think it's um, no longer so bad now. Queen b8 surely a very dubious move, I must say. Queen b8 doesn't make much sense, at least to play on the queen side where white has easy access to the rooks. What is the queen doing on the queen side? Queen is stable on c5 perhaps if white doesn't get rook a5. So not a very comfortable. Even then, it's not very active. Queen was better placed on the king side somewhere.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think queen was very well placed on d8, and maybe knight a4 here would have been a
Knight
knight
h4.
h4 here would have been a good idea, but black played queen b8, and now it gives white the chance to play h4 herself. So yeah, interesting, yeah, sort of interesting slash dubious decision. We will find out
Yes, yeah.
once the game is over. And but at least white gets some chance for counterplay now because of this move queen b8. So
Yeah, we can see h4, bishop g4, g3 or something of that sort being played. It's possible that h4, bishop g4, and then g3 could be played. It's black white king is quite safe there. So, and then white would probably try to play knight g5, move the knight so that the light colored bishop gets exchanged. White could strategically be better if light colored bishops get exchanged and white gets c5 break. It's something has to be done about that. It's not easy to get c5 break, although you will always get back the pawn.
it's actually so interesting, like chess. I mean, we were discussing in this position, we were discussing how this position is clearly better for black because white has no compensation to prove for the pawn that has been lost, and within one move the position has changed
Yes,
and white has some chance of creating counterplay. And it is so difficult to even criticize players for making mistakes because making mistake is the most human thing that
yes,
otherwise chess would be a draw. It is only because humans tend to make
yes. I
mistakes.
think if you don't make a for some of the uh, beginners, those who begin the play chess few days back, no game can result into a win or loss without some side making a mistake. So
Absolutely. So it is because of the tendency of humans making mistake that we have a game like chess playing at the it being played at the international level with more than 180 or 190 countries playing chess, and we had around 185 teams in the Olympiad.
186 actually.
186 because we also had a third team from India
Yeah.
playing, and I recently got to know that more than 6 crore people in India know how to play chess. That's a
Oh,
massive figure.
yeah, that's a great number. Yes.
Yeah, so it's just unbelievable, all because of the tendency of humans to make mistakes. And basically, just like in tennis, if we can reduce our ability, if we can increase our ability to not make unforced errors, we can improve ourselves as a player.
Yes, I think unforced errors because in chess there is nothing like forced error. If it's a error, then your position is already lost. If it's a forced error, then your position is already lost. But yes, so I think chess is a very lively game, and uh, the player is not able to play with the same strength on two different days. So even that's a very important factor. Compared to the deviations of a chess player in the quality of play are much greater than the deviations in say lawn tennis or somewhere the top players always play very well, and sometimes not the best players some play very well, but in chess I think the deviations are very big.
Absolutely. So queen c3 was chosen by Harika. She does not go for h4 because she does not want to take on e3 with the queen in case of bishop e3. So she plays queen c3 so that bishop e3 can be met with fe. The queen still controls the c5 square, and it also keeps an eye on e5. So now, sorry. So now c5 is a possibility in case of take and knight e5 options.
Yes. If white succeed in getting c5 c6, then I think white will just win the c7 pawn. So irrespective of, so it's becoming a king's Indian pawn structure with a c5 break. I think is going to c5 break or c5 followed by c6. Sometimes black has to take an unpleasant decision of capturing dc5 even in king's Indian defense. So here it could be such, but yeah, queen c3 is the logical move. Yes, and for bishop e3 and yeah, bishop e3 and queen b6 is a possibility. Also, direct a5 is a possibility here, but for a5 she wants to play c5, and the e5 pawn is smashed, and then white could be yeah, but we still have bishop into c5, bishop into c5, pawn into c5, knight into e5. Yeah, yeah, it should be good for uh, it should
White.
be good for white then, but very few minor pieces. So again, now how quick and how fast the passed pawns A and C pawns are. But yeah, white C5 is a standard plan, and a broken pawn structure will not be great for white for black. Although C5 sometimes allows bishop B5 activity. We shouldn't forget about the activity of pieces because suddenly pieces get active and the pawn weaknesses do not have much significance. So sometimes it's a game where we misjudge. If we give too much importance to pawn structure, we miss on the activity, and if we miss on activity, then everything is disaster.
Absolutely. So, wonderful piece of advice there by Praveen ji to always focus on the activity of your pieces, especially if you are material down. It really helps to have active pieces, play for the initiative, have a weakness to target in your opponent's camp, and if there is no such weakness, then to create one. So, c5 is an attempt to create a weakness in opponent's camp.
And even Queen A7 is not out of question. I mean, just to prevent, but if white plays Rook C1, then just put Bishop on C5.
It was played on the
Queen
board.
A7, yeah.
Queen
So
a7.
logical move. Black wants to play say A5 and Bishop C5 perhaps. So you never get the break. Direct Bishop C5 could run into Bishop and Rook A5 followed by C5 break. So if you took it to Queen, then Rook A5 followed by C5, and
Okay. Even with the queen, let's say bishop c5, bishop c5, queen c5. If it's black to move, then white
white to
plays
yeah Rook
rook
A5.
a5, and this
C
then
eventual C5.
white plays
But again,
c5.
not great damage done by C5 itself, and black gets knight F4 and or F5. It's still a very wild position because, um, but black queen on the queen side is a great relief for white because F5 break on knight F4 is no longer very dangerous as it could have been in case of black queen somewhere on the king side.
So we see that a few moves have been made. White has played bishop a4, bishop took on a4, and rook takes.
Bishop
But
takes
we will
A4. Yeah, I think bishop
we will
G.
wait for
Okay.
the board to update,
Mhm.
because the time and everything changes when we make moves on the board. So white has played bishop a4, bishop takes, rook takes, and rook f b8. This is the position on the board.
Okay, even then I think white will probably get back the a6 pawn and it could be a roughly equal position. But knight on g6 is not a well placed piece. If we get a end game, then the game will be decided by the weakness of c7 pawn and a6 pawn rather than the g2 pawn because there's no pieces to attack that. Knight on f4 and d3 is a plan if few pieces are exchanged. Then knight f4, knight d3, knight c5 is a good plan for black. Say if bishops and queens are exchanged, then perhaps knight f4 and knight d3 or knight e2 and knight d4 since she played bishop a4. So if both the bishops are exchanged, knight could come to f4, and if it comes to d3 or e2, then black would be okay. Black would even be in a position. Black would even be in a position to maintain the extra pawn. Otherwise, I think white seems to be okay here. Some move was played again on the board, but we are
Rook
not
f
getting the
a1.
yeah.
No, actually, let's have a look at Lano versus Goryachkina, and maybe you can explain to the viewers what is happening over here.
Yeah, so queen d3 first or b3 first. I think queen d3 first because the pawn was attacked, and knight h7. Not a very great move in my opinion by black. And now she's going for the plan you suggested, Soumya. She has played b3, so she will probably play bishop b2 and c4, and she will try to attack the g7 point. If black, if white is able to get c4, bishop b2, and knight f5, then it's a winning position. So now let's see how black tries to stop this plan. Not easy to prevent c4 surely, and queen f6, a move like queen f6 is possible because it discourages c4, and after c4 if you play queen f6 it's always met with bishop b2. So possibility of queen f6, but a very artificially placed queen. Perhaps queen f6, queen g6 is a possibility. But then white would easily get a knight on f5. So again, it's more or less a game that will be decided by a few next few by next few moves. We'll have a clear picture. If white is able to put a knight on f5 and bishop on b2, then it would be a difficult position for black. I think white has a clearer plan. Black probably has no clear-cut plan. Bringing the knight to e6 to simplify is a plan. Knight g5 and knight e6 is a way to try to equalize. But yes, as we see, it's white has got more space, and as a result, white will find it more comfortable to make the movements of the pieces. One problem is that the even rook is hanging, so black has a possibility of a d5 break, but d5 by itself doesn't threaten anything, and white can develop, support the bishop, support the even rook at that time. So again, when you make a pawn break, we have to see that if it's not a forcing break, then it doesn't really make much sense. If black gets d5 and then black has to capture d into e4, then it's quite comfortable for white. So again, when we play pawn moves, we have to be very careful. So b3 a very wise move, and if white gets c4, a very wise, uh, a very strong position white could have. As it is, b3 was necessary because the bishop didn't have a proper square on somewhere on this c1 h6 diagonal. Bishop f4 was a square which would get into your own pieces. Bishop e3 would weaken the e4 pawn, and as a result of various options, I think this was a logical choice b3, and perhaps we can see how the game progresses. One possibility in this is sometimes black is able to play bishop d4, but now it's too late to. A4 is always a possibility for black because it weakens white's pawn structure, but yes, c4 queen f6, yes. So bishop c4 queen f6, bishop b2, and bishop b2 followed by rook b1. Bishop b2 followed by rook b2 is a logical plan for white now, because then the knight on d4 is ready to move. So bishop b2, and there's nothing wrong with that. Then next move, rook e2. Is black threatening d5 here? Perhaps not after bishop b2, no. So bishop b2, rook e2 forces black to move the queen somewhere. So I think we can see bishop b2 here, almost a forced move, and then for a4 something like rook e2 when white wants to move the d4 knight with fatal effect. So black runs away with the queen. I think a comfortable position for white after bishop b2. A queen would probably have a square at f4, but not so important. Bishop b2 and rook e2 seems to be logical for white, and black probably wants to put queen on f4. And then, yeah, but white has good chance of, yeah, so it's not easy. Knight h5, knight into g7 could come. Now it is ready to play rook e2 and move the d4 knight. So f2 and b2 both will be guarded. So queen f6, I don't know, it's walking on the diagonal voluntarily. Yeah, and here, yeah, here basically bb2. I think, is she playing for the tactics with c5? Is she planning to play something like c5 here? But that must be her plan, because before, if white plays rook e2, then it's bad. So if black plays c5 here, what happens? Because the b2 bishop is hanging, and yeah, c5, e5 is a possibility where you could take rook into e5 perhaps, and yeah, black c5 is no, rook into e5, then you have knight e2. So e5 and then d into e5 is a problem because f2 point is weak. But yes, after c5, e5, pawn takes pawn. Yes, it's a very sharp position. Difficult to, well, one must spend more time because it's a multiple pin. The d4 knight is pinned by both. So c5, the queen f6, bb2, very tactical position now, because c5 has to be analyzed, and since white can't give a piece uh, by itself, of course c5 there's a chance of knight h5 coming, and then the knight h5, queen e5, and yes, it's a very sharp position. Then perhaps even, yeah, knight h5, queen e5, and yeah, and black seems to be winning a piece. So if c5, e5, and then rook into e5 probably fails to knight e2 when white wins an exchange. So c5, e5, d e5, knight f3 could be very dangerous for black. I think a very, very complicated position. I'm unable to really grasp the position here. Need a lot of analysis. Players have taken a lot of time. But I think it's a c5 move. That's a vital move here, the crucial move. If c5 works, black is fine. If c5 doesn't work, then black will face serious problems after the next move, rook e2. Once white plays rook e2, black loses a chance to attack the pinned knight on d4. Knight no longer is pinned then. And lot of b3, a very committal decision, queen f6 particularly, because b3 and c4 and bishop b2 offering a piece uh, after c5. So some complications are intended there, and we really have a very sharp position. c5, e5. I'm still trying to grasp how the position is. A complex position for sure. Let's analyze a bit further, and we go for c5. No other move works. Knight h5, queen e5 is difficult to meet. Knight into g7 makes no sense. So c5, e5, d e5, knight moves to f3 or some other square, even knight b5 perhaps. White plays knight f3 to get back the e5 pawn, attack the d7 bishop. Black has e4. Yes, it's a likely variation is c5, e5, d e5, knight f3, and then comes e4, knight f3, then e4, queen moves, and then we have queen could go to d7. Yeah, e4, queen into d7, queen into b2. So very sharp variation we can say. And yes, I think a tough position to play for both sides, and both have gone into this position, which means it's the tactical ability of the players that is going to decide. Because white has played a move which threatens to play rook e2, after which she will have a huge advantage. And black has to try to win a piece with c5, and white must go with probably e5. So very complex game, isn't it? Looks like that. Probably.
The Absolutely. So this is a really interesting game, turning out to be a really interesting game between two very good friends. Lano
Oh,
and Goryachkina happen to
okay.
be from the same country, have been a part of the Russian team for several years now, and it's very always interesting, to see two players who know each other very well, how what kind of strategies they deploy against each other.
Yes, it's not only the games they have played, if they are friends, and they also know a lot about each other's play games which are not played, or rather the preparations even.
Exactly.
So it's difficult to play against such an opponent for sure.
Did you always have a challenge? What was your experience when you played against your friends? Were you comfortable playing against them, or was it a little emotionally difficult?
Yes, it's very difficult to play against. It's difficult to play against friends, but even more difficult to play against your own students. It's much more difficult.
And most
Actually, yes,
difficult to
yes,
play against your wife.
yes, yes, true. But luckily, we have played. We haven't played any tournament games
Oh,
after 1985.
wow,
So yes,
that's
only
surprising.
yes, only 1985 we played, and then very often, uh, sometimes because of the family requirement, we don't play same tournaments. So sometimes I play some tournaments where she doesn't play, and she plays tournaments where I can't play. So the women's tournaments. So yeah, but we haven't played. But otherwise, it's very awkward to play, because even for her, because like uh, that's because I know all her preparation, she knows all my preparation, and it's not the preparation; it's more or less a psychological element. So no move has been made yet on this
Mm,
board.
no, not yet. So we will come back to this one.
So bishop
And
b2 a major decision. I'm sure black expected bishop e3, because bishop b2 apparently loses a piece. And we have a complicated line coming after c5, e5, and d5, knight f3, and then perhaps e4 by black. So if you take on d7, I take on b2, and you support queen c2, then I just move queen somewhere, queen g6, or yeah. So a very complex game. Now this position, probably white has analyzed this position better than black, because black surely did not expect bb2. She must have expected the apparently forced bishop e3, which doesn't lose any material.
absolutely. So let's have a look at a few other games before we come back, or do you want to stick to this one? Because let's have a look at the c5 line maybe.
Yeah, we can analyze
c5,
c5, and then
and
what else can we play other than
so knight f3 or knight f5 would simply lose a piece to be queen into b2. The b2 bishop is unguarded,
and I think knight h5 is met with queen e5. So a pin is maintained and additional piece is attacked. And
and a knight f5 followed by queen b2. Knight takes g7 after knight on h5, but this is still complex because queen g3 idea is in the air, but black will be able to defend.
yes, I think so. It's not a very concrete Yeah, but
So
black.
look at the poor bishop. Let me
Yes,
just
now it's a
let
c5 is a major decision, because that's why I was wondering if white can actually give up e5 and then try to recover it with knight f3.
everyone
Yeah,
should say a 2 minute prayer for the a7 bishop, which
yeah,
will
yes,
never come back
yes.
into the game.
Uh,
And white
yeah,
will simply play
yeah.
e5.
E5. The point being, if rook into e5, then knight e2, and but even this exchange sacrifice, it might have been okay if the bishop on a7 was active. But with this, you can't be playing exchange down. So e5 d into e5, which means that bishop on a7 is going to stick to that square for a long time, and white has a lot to do on the other parts of the board. So even knight f3 or knight f5, the only move black can actually play here is e4, because queen d7 and knight into e5, bishop into e5 are very awkward threats, and queen into d7, then there's queen b2, and
But
yeah,
the bishop is still stuck.
yeah, bishop is still stuck, but at least, I mean, you just take knight into e4 perhaps, right? So,
But rook e4, yes, this is a
knight
problem.
into e4 is not possible, sorry. So, rook e4, and yeah, somehow the awkward position of knight on f3 is a consolation, and white may go back queen c2 instead of taking on d7,
Right.
supporting the bishop.
So maybe it's better to save our b2 bishop, which is a
Yeah,
monster.
yeah, and knight could go to h5. So, queen g6 looks like the only move. And now white can't take knight into e4, because we have, so it's, I think this should be knight e5, wins knight e5.
Wins a lot of material. And
No,
the
get back the e4 pawn, you mean mainly. Yeah, but yes, now the bishop on a7 is, I know black is going to play heavy price for the move c5 after bishop on a7. And that's the reason why I told you sometimes black voluntarily plays bishop into d4 in this variation. So in the earlier part of the opening, voluntarily bishop into d4 is played many times. Not when it's purported with a piece, but for to force a white pawn on d4. That's very common as well.
So that's why here c5 would be a mistake, and we will have a look at what Goryachkina finally chooses. Oh, she has played c5. Wow.
I
What?
think she's in a bad way after rook e2. I mean, if white got a chance to play rook e2, black would probably be losing. So she makes the correct choice. Bishop into d4 was, yeah. I mean, once you get rook e2, then it's going to be very difficult. So I think she decides to take a piece. I thought it was a practical decision, preferable to a move like bishop into d4.
But
Bishop
we
into
never.
d4 was a possibility, but c5, yeah. But I generally feel that white has played confidently, and e5 should be a strong move for white. There's no other move in my opinion. For
E5 has been played,
yeah.
and black is thinking. It's surprising that she's thinking for e5 because c5 has to be met with e5.
Yes, I think there is a great game by Kasparov against Karpov, one with black pieces in 27 moves, and there's a novelty. So there was a forced move in one position to keep the position active. He was playing, and then subsequently the journalist asked Kasparov that, well, it seems that Karpov missed your move b5 to b4. And the question was, then what did he expect? Did he expect me to resign? So it's such a position. If you did not expect e5, then do you expect your opponent to resign? Because there's no other move then. Yeah, so
So
obviously she has analyzed, she's rechecking the variations, but you have taken the challenge. That's very, yeah, but this,
rook e5, is it
the
possible? But we play knight
exchange, yeah,
d2.
yes, yeah. And with bishop on a7, I don't know if it's just, I mean, is there any compensation?
They don't
For
allow.
viewers, yeah, knight f3 is not possible, because then white loses a piece instead of black. So knight e2, uh, knight e2, yes, the knight f3 will allow rook into e1 check, and the bishop b2 bishop is loose.
Yes, this would be a return blunder, and then the b2 bishop loses. So that's
Yeah.
why knight e2, a very precise move suggested by Praveerji. And now we see that rook e2 will run into bishop f6, and otherwise black
Or
loses the
objectively
exchange.
rook e2 or queen e2 as well. So yeah, and the bishop on a7 still exists, not to exist.
Let's have the player screen on the board so that we have a good look at what Goryachkina might be considering. Um,
No, what I appreciate here is that the players are so calm and quiet and composed that they are. I mean, you would never, even if they're in bad position, you could never make out from their faces that they were in difficult position. Only once or twice have the players shown some regret for having made a mistake or something. Even in case of blunders, I think they are not really The body language has been very comfortable and good. So okay, e5 there on the board, and yeah, tough situation perhaps. So yeah, so as we can see, complicated position, but yes, a wild game suddenly because white played black's queen f6 probably was in anticipation of bishop e3 when it was not very dangerous. So that was the reason, and suddenly we have a different uh, position. So players are concentrating, and we can't know if something has come as a surprise. But yes, apparently e5 has made black think. So perhaps she expected something else, a sacrifice with knight h5 or something, which has not taken place. Yeah, so e5 on the board, and black thinking recapture or not recapture. So I think a recapture, not recapturing is a possibility, but you have no justification for the various pawn weaknesses and the strange bishop on a7. So e5, queen g6 objectively could be a possibility, but not a very healthy choice, one must say, because the pieces would be completely in bad position. The pawn structure would be spoiled, and white would probably be much better if d5 was not taken. So d5 rook e5 is the exchange sacrifice with dubious. So I don't see any other move than d into e5, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. D e5 is forced, and after knight f3 or knight t f5 even.
Yeah, knight f5. I was wondering if again e4 is possible, but yeah, e4 and bishop into f6 and e into d3, and nothing is loose except the g7 pawn. Okay, so g7 pawn is loose. So knight f5, then knight f5 probably bishop into f5, and you take with knight again e5 d5 knight f5 bishop into f5. Yeah, but will you be not e4 in that case, just bishop into f5. See, if I'm not losing a
We
pawn on
just
e5, I
need
shouldn't.
to.
Yeah, no, here yeah, this g7 pawn is in trouble. But if you're not attacking my e5 pawn, why should I play e4? So in knight f3 I'm unable to save that pawn, that's why I play e4. Here what happens if I play bishop f5, say, or rook d8 even? Because is there a threat by white? The white knights are not e4. Yeah, generally,
In d5.
yeah,
Ah,
e4.
no, now b2 is hanging, so I have to take, and then we
Yeah, but
take on g7.
take on
Yes.
g7, this is fine, but for white should be better, no? Bishop moves, and they, no, I think e4 is not desirable unless you are using a pawn on e5. But rook a d8 here, or bishop f5, knight f5, and then some move, making a move. Yeah, but queen goes to g3, then f5 is hanging, so you have to move the queen to f3, c2.
c2.
Okay, so you're not really attacking this position, and the bishop is bad, but at
Can
least,
come
yeah,
back.
at least the material is, yeah, you are pawn up. f4 is a possibility, but c6, f4, bishop b8 could be in favor of black because the funny bishop gets exchanged. So that way, so I don't think knight f5 is a really. You must try to eliminate the e4 pawn. That's I thought was a more likely way of playing. But yes, if you play knight f5, then it has to be with lot of depth, because whenever there is a sacrifice, you need to have that with greater depth. Here e4 is forced because no allowing knight into e5 or bishop into e5 is disastrous. Queen
This
d6.
would
Okay, I missed this move, and knight into e5
rook
loses a
e5,
piece to rook e5. Yeah,
and now take rook e1
just a
check.
piece down. So yeah, so queen d6 and f6. Um, yes, queen d. This I missed this move completely. Yeah, so it looks like if I take queen into queen and rook d1. Uh, yeah, do I get back the pawn in queen into queen and rook d1? Queen into queen and rook a d1. And even if you support the pawn, I take the e5 pawn. That was my idea.
Yeah, maybe you support it with rook e6,
And then I
and now
still take
we
knight into
take
e5. Yeah.
knight
Yes.
e5, and
And
this looks great for white because we took back our pawn, and the bishop on a7 is still stuck
yeah.
behind her own pawns. So,
Black
yeah, I
black
think
wouldn't play rook e6. I think black would probably play bishop c6 and rook d6, bishop into f3 or e4, some sort of. Yeah, if you play bishop c6, there's no counterplay because for rook d6 you have to replace. If you play bishop c6, you take on f3. So again, and perhaps f6.
But even this looks good for white because of the pawn islands
Yeah,
on
I think I think
a5
I
and
think black
c5.
is going to play a4 quickly. Even here probably a4. Yeah.
And rook a6, this
Yeah,
is a
the bishop
problem.
is. Yeah, the bishop is. Yeah, that's a problem. The bishop is going to be a target. Not only that it's a bad piece, but it's also exposed to attack by rook. Luckily, it's not exposed to attack by knight. Otherwise, it would be even in a
Worse.
difficult verse because sometimes attack with the rook is not so dangerous because you could support with your piece.
So
But
Goryachkina down to 25 minutes, Lano with 28 and e5 on the board, taken with d into e5, sorry, d into e5 and knight f3 played by
yeah,
Lano. So this is the position we have on the board. We can expect black to
queen
play queen
d6. Perhaps
d6.
a forced move because white will be much better if white gets knight e5 and knight h5. So queen d6 is forced. Actually, I had completely missed that move. So I thought white was already better. But nice move, queen d6. Getting out of the pin, preparing to support the pawn. At the moment, pawn cannot be supported for the third time. Queen d6 prepares to support the pawn with f6. And so queen d6, even queen c2 is possible though. And after f6, I just play as if your bishop did not exist. So even queen d6, queen c2, and if you play f6, then rook a d1, and white just plays the game as if nothing really has happened.
Because the bishop does not exist.
Yeah, yes, yeah, and queen g6 and knight h5 to come. Yeah,
Absolutely. I think White must be really enjoying her position
yeah.
and
Actually, whatever be the assessment or whatever be the result, white's play is more enjoyable. For playing white is a fun. Playing black can be a fun only for few great masters of defense like Dr. Emmanuel Lasker or Anatoly Karpov. So players who voluntarily played positions which look difficult with the hope of um, keeping the material in long run. See, should black succeed in moving rook bd8 and bishop b8 and c6, and yes, and this could be a healthy pawn up. But yes, with such a weak king side, even with black, if black is has a bishop on f7. Even if black gets a bishop to f7, white still gets a knight to f5, which is equally uh, irritating. And with bishop on a7 doing nothing, I think white can play slowly, avoid the rook exchange, try to put a rook in the g on the g3 square, say one knight on f5, other one on h2 and g4 perhaps, and rook d3, rook g3. All those plans will come in picture with bishop c1. Bishop c1 can be a good attacking move now because bishop can't do anything on b2 now. So bishop c1, even the strategic plan of a4 and bishop c3, trying to suddenly win that pawn, but at least it will give life to the a7 bishop. It will put itself on b6. So
yes, I think White is having all the fun in this position as illustrated by the wonderful plans that we saw. So we can expect Lano to be have the upper hand in this game. We will come back to this one when both the players have made a few more moves and the game is under time pressure. Let's go to Harika versus Nino, which was the other exciting game that we were looking at. We left it after queen a7 controlling c5. White played bishop to a4, bishop takes, queen rook takes, and black played rook fb8 here. White replied with rook fa1, putting pressure on the a6 point. Bishop took on e3, queen took back the bishop, and black played rook to b6, defending the a6 point. But now white got the c5 break.
yes, the only thing is you can't capture queen into c5 immediately because of rook b1 check, but white takes the pawn eventually. So I don't know if allowing this, I mean, one move trap, pawn into pawn, queen into pawn, rook b1 check. But after pawn into pawn, I just play rook c1 or rook c4 or g3 first, and
That
then
was played.
okay. So knight f8 can't be played, knight f8, d7 can't be played, and a c5 pawn. Probably f6 here, intending knight f8 and d7. Then just rook c1 and knight f8, you just take on c5.
Or f6 king g2. And we come out of the check and
Yes,
play
also,
queen
yeah, f6
c5.
king g2, and we attack c5 thrice before you can support the c5 thrice. Like you need one more move after, I mean, knight f8 and knight d7. Rook b5 and the queen a7 are guarding the two forces guarding c5. Three white forces ready to attack the pawn with rook c4 and rook c1 and queen e3. And blacks, it's difficult for black to get a third force supporting it, which means the c5 pawn will go eventually. And though black will be technically a pawn up, it will be white who will be playing for a win.
Wow, okay. So what you mean to say is after f6 here, king g2, rook b5 will be played and not knight
No,
f8.
yeah, rook b5 also, rook a6 also comes into
Yes, this
consideration.
is
Yeah.
something that was playing in my mind. What if white enters this position with queen versus two rooks?
But yeah, here the queen is not able to penetrate easily, so I
Oh,
don't know.
sorry.
Yeah.
Now rook a2 or rook b2 is not possible because one of the rooks hang. So we need to support the other rook.
No,
That's why.
perhaps rook a6 to a5. It may look artificial, but you want to play rook b2 and rook. You want to target f2, correct? So you can't have rooks in the same file. So but white also has chance to play h4 or knight.
Knight d2 and knight c4 is
Yeah, you
good.
prevent the entry as well. I mean, you don't encourage. Yeah. So here still the blockade is not very significant. I can attack the knight, and then I move the c4 pawn. So it's not an easy position. You get a knight on f5, but I get c4.
d6 here. This could be tactically losing
Uh,
for black because of d into c7.
yes, and if I take cd6,
Or
I
maybe
think
even d7
yes.
actually.
Here it's yeah. So since I can't take it, yeah. No, this is I think unplayable. But yeah, cd6 and queen d5 check itself was crushing, and knight d6 to come. So black doesn't get chance to play rook d4. So yeah, it's a strange position. Even two rooks possible to defend, and if not, then white just takes on c5. But I think
So great catch by Harika
yeah,
to play c5 in this position, allowing d takes and foreseeing that after g3, king g2, black will be unable to guard the c5 pawn.
yes. And for rook b5, rook a6 is not the only choice for white. White can just play rook c1 and rook c4 and take as well.
Right.
After king g2, rook b5, I can just concentrate on the c5 point and try to win that. I'm not bringing my knight in, but even that possibility of knight d2 and b3, white can even play positionally without taking the pawn. Just try to take the knight to c6. It's also possible to play knight d2, knight c4, knight a5, knight c6, completely paralyzing your opponent. And then the c5, a6, all those pawns will fall. At the moment, not a big threat because when you move the knight, your opponent moves knight e7. So then it's not a big threat. But I think taking the pawn on c5 itself is a good plan. But one has
So,
to be careful. If queens are exchanged, then the a5, a4 supported with rook on a8 can cause some anxious movements.
so g3 followed by queen b7 on the board. Queen takes c5, rook b5. Let us remind the viewers that black is still a pawn up, but this pawn could be lost after queen c4 was played, and now a5. Is it possible to play? But we play rook c1 and pressurize
Yes, and
c7.
then you play rook a7. I'm sure that your position could be okay, but you wouldn't like it.
Yes, exactly. That is the problem with black's position. She might be okay, but she will
Yeah.
definitely not like it. She might be wondering what exactly did she miss earlier in the game, because it at one point it felt like white had no compensation for the pawn.
Yes, but I mean to play d into c5 comfortably is not. I mean sometimes it's better to give up something. C5 break. We know it's in Royal Lopez or this type of close Royal Lopez or King's Indian setup. If black is compelled to take dc5, black will lose all the pawns. And if you are walking into a position where you are required to play dc5, that itself may not be a wise decision.
Absolutely. Queen c4, and we will wait for black's moves. Nino down to 10 minutes versus 43 for Harika. Huge time difference there.
Yeah.
We can expect a time pressure situation for Nino in this game with only 28 moves having been played so far. So
The realistic chance to guard this game is if you get c6 break and your opponent is required to capture dc, which is unlikely. So in that case, this position will be fine for black. Otherwise, black is worse in my opinion.
all right, so let's go to Shuvalova versus Vaishali now, because that's a game that has heated up quite a bit after Bishop c3 was played.
Yes, it's a very
Rook
tactical game. Yeah, rook e2 only
Rook
move.
e2 was replied with white only move, and queen a6 was chosen by black, not rook to b8 but queen
Okay.
a6 attacking the rook. Bishop came to c6, guarding the rook, and after that, rook a b8. A nice point. What happens for rook a7?
Queen e2, no? Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And
Yes.
after queen e2, rook b1, there is the checkmate on white. That's why rook a7 is impossible. Very nice tactic
Is
by
black
Vaishali.
winning here? I don't. Rook b3 here probably. Is rook b3 required here?
No, she has taken on b8, and after
And
rook
yeah,
b8,
I was wondering, is there a way to stop queen e2? I mean, rook c2 or something?
yes, rook c2, the only move in the position,
Yes.
guarding.
Now queen d3 fails to queen into queen because rook b1 check is not a mate. Rook on c2 helps. Yeah. So yeah, but it looks very risky for white.
Absolutely. And black played queen to a5 here. So white played a4. White actually doesn't have too many good moves in this position.
Yeah, I mean, as white, I would prefer the bishop on b3 instead of c6.
Or
And
f1.
yeah, f1 best. But yeah, I think she's planning bishop b5 and bishop f1. Though she loses the extra pawn, but yeah, that could be a plan.
And black played e6 over here. So a6 might have been a good option, preventing bishop b5, bishop f1.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but I think e6 probably you can't play bishop b5 anyway. No, ed5 will spoil your pawn structure. So e6 has to be met with d6. Now that's a very d6, isn't it?
Yes, d6 was played, and black played, guess the move. Your favorite move, bishop to d4,
Yes.
because if the bishop gets distracted, then we have the sneaky queen g5. Now that the d pawn is no more on d5, this fifth rank has opened up for the queen, and there is a checkmate on g2.
And queen d4 of course fails to queen e1, which means f4 is the first move here.
This is a wonderful spot by Vaishali. Vaishali in her element in today's
Yes.
round. And after bishop d4, let's see
F,
what did
f4 probably is necessary. And queen h5 is not possible because there's no mate on rook b1 section.
f4 is necessary because black was threatening to take and play queen g5 and take on e3. g2 wouldn't be a mate because rook on c2 controls it, but queen into e3 is good enough. So f4 was played, controlling the g5 square, very important. And black played e5. Wow. And what happens for bishop takes, e takes, and bishop b5 on the board? What's the situation right now? Can we play a move like rook d8, but I think it would lose to
Yeah.
e5. So d3 played by Vaishali. You still can't take on d3 with the queen because of queen e1 checkmate. Okay, queen does come back, but we win the queen. So bishop d3 might be played, and
Yeah,
then we pick up the a4 pawn.
yeah, and again, rook c8 check doesn't work because rook into c8 and queen into a4, then rook c1 check, and again there is
Would queen
Yeah.
h5
Yeah.
be a possibility here after bishop d3?
queen h5, yes, no, directly, and if yeah,
Bishop e2 maybe?
yeah, bishop
And,
e2
but
is
then
full.
queen
Queen-
e2
no,
and rook e2.
queen e2
This
is
is the
not there.
problem.
Yeah, so queen h5, bishop e2 seems fine, no?
And then
So-
the pawn is rolling,
Yes.
so we have to be careful.
So bishop d3, what could she plan? What could she play for bishop? Because she has given the pawn.
Also, Vaishali down to 4 minutes versus 44 for Polina.
Uh,
Not a good time
Yeah,
situation.
I think she's trying to take on a4, but then it's not really good because white just plays rook c1, no? Bishop d3, queen a4, then white just plays rook c1 then.
Yes, with only 26 moves having been played,
Oh,
there could be a huge time pressure situation in this game as well. But bishop d3, queen a4 looks like a good move. And
but
after
still
that,
rook
rook
c1.
c1, queen d4, is it possible? We prevent white from pushing the d pawn.
And also prevent from going to
Ahead.
bishop f1, which is important. So queen d4,
No,
white.
bishop f1 is still possible.
Bishop f1, and you can't play queen e4. Then what do you do after bishop f1?
Yes. So this could be a problem for black after bishop d3, queen a4 and a rook
Rook
c1.
c1, yeah.
So let's try to find options. What
Bishop,
does
bishop
black
d3,
have?
bishop d3, queen h5, bishop e2. I can't find any move, so I thought it was not very productive to try. But d3 has been played quickly, so some tactic has been seen. Now it's tactical, and we could even see blunders like yesterday's game. When it comes to kingside attack and the checkmate patterns, the defending side always tends to make a lot of mistakes. It's not easy to defend against the um, attack against the king. So bishop into d3, but still in any case bishop into d3 looks forced. It will be too expensive to move, make a rook move. Rook c1 is possible, but yeah, it's rook c1. Yeah, rook c1, d2 is possible. Rook c1, d2, and then a6 is going to come. Yeah, the provides priority is now to either exchange the h3 bishop or to exchange queens. So exchanging queens is not easy. Exchanging bishop if bishop comes to f1, and that's the reason why Vaishali is trying to delay that exchange of that bishop.
Absolutely. This is getting very, very tensed for Vaishali, and Shuvalova there also not playing bishop d3 very quickly. So what is she thinking about? Because queen d3 can be easily ruled out because of queen e1. Bishop d3 is forced. Maybe she's considering queen h5 once more, but bishop e2 here, a very good move. Here queen h5 would lose to rook b1. Be careful about the back rank checkmate, because the g2 square, the only escape square for the king, is guarded with the bishop on h3. So queen h5 not possible, but white has this beautiful sneaky move
Yes.
called bishop e2, and after queen h4 the queen has no checks to
Yeah.
the
So,
king.
so the idea to take the pawn f4 and then d6 is a very slow plan. Queen into f4 is a slow plan. Perhaps queen c1
Even
also.
even d7 might be a good
D7,
move.
I thought Queen F4 was. You just take you okay. You just take Rook
Just
C8 check and you just take D.
make a queen.
Okay, and there's no mate anywhere. So
Yeah,
D.
this is a problem for black. So black will have to take on a4, and now rook c1, a
Yeah,
very
I think
nice
Rook
move.
C1 is the safest and should be the correct move. And Queen
What
D.
happens for rook c8? Let's ask the viewers if you can spot why rook c8 is actually losing, because what we are threatening is after rook c8 we want to take the queen. Well, it doesn't work unfortunately, because queen takes queen loses to rook c1, checkmate. Bishop f1 is still a move, but rook takes on f1.
And the shift of black rook from B line to C line facilitates it mate, because the rook B1 mate was not possible. But when white plays rook C8, white allows the black rook to come to a file which has a eighth square on the eighth rank available. So again, very often it's common to forget for a player to forget where the pieces would be after a long battle. So how you calculate 2 and 3, 2, 3, 4 moves, and then you forget that the piece has moved to a different square, and sometimes that leads to some errors as well. So
Wow.
here this I think a very sharp game, and defending the king is always the most difficult part in chess. So let's see how things uh, take place here. Uh, I think objectively white must be better here because
Yes.
if white d3 position. So
By
let's
the way, rook c1 has not yet been played. White is still thinking, so we will come back to this game in a few minutes. Let's have a look at how Zujiner is doing against Asubayeva
yeah, I
Bibisara.
think it was a bit miscalculation perhaps because she wouldn't want to trade the d4 pawn for a pawn. So she played d3 first and then she took on e4. So perhaps she realized that queen h5 was not working.
We will
Okay.
go
Yeah,
back to that game shortly. Let's have a look at what Zujiner is doing. Knight b5, queen e7, c takes queen a4. We saw this position, and after knight c6, d5, knight d4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d3. The pawn was guarded, and after this they have played quite a few moves. So let's have a look. Bishop d7 was played.
yes, I think she probably necessary to guard the d4 pawn because otherwise knight d4 is simply a possibility.
So queen a3 was played here, and
What is wrong with queen b4? Just a5, and you can't take on b7 probably.
yes, I think that's the point, because here rook fb8 would
And
be a more.
and queen c7, and then
We always have rook c8 at least.
okay. So, but I don't know if the players are actually playing for a draw here. We
But
don't know.
even some
No,
other move
d6
like,
d6 is weak. So I thought it wasn't really dangerous for white. I mean, it is possible for white to play. But if white is trying to play for, yeah, this rook b2 is also possible. But if white was playing for a win, then surely white queen b4 doesn't make sense. So she played queen a3, which is logical. Now black has survived with that pawn on d4. So I don't actually, I'm not very comfortable with white's.
A5, a
Uh,
good move by black.
yes, black wants to play b5.
Gaining space on the queen side.
b5, yeah, the queen would have a lot of problems. And it's not easy to attack the d4 point. It's weak, but how to attack it?
So can we play rook a c1, b5 and now b3? Is it a decent idea, or does this pawn mass over
Yes, I think
is
yeah,
too
yes,
overbearing for white?
yes, I think even rook c8, rook a c8, and perhaps with rook c3 and such complicated moves to come after. Yeah, knight d4 we lose a piece now with queen on b2 anytime. No queen e5. So after
Yes.
rook a c8 you can't take uh, knight into d4. So black is getting better, I think. Uh,
Absolutely. So let's say b3 would not be possible. White played a most active move and a decent move in the position. Rook c7, pinning the bishop and getting a rook on the 7th
There
rank.
was a tactical possibility of e5, but probably it didn't. Yeah, because you just pawn into pawn, and queen is guarded, and d6 doesn't threaten anything. So rook c7 now threatens e5.
Yes, rook c7. The idea is to play e5 next. Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, and we pick up the bishop on d7 for
Or in
free.
case of pawn into e5, we exchange the queens and take the bishop anyway. So
So rook c7 was met with b4, very logical. Queen
closing, yeah,
b3,
closing the diagonal. Yeah.
queen b3, rook b8, rook c8, and rook took on c8, rook takes, and white played the very calm a3 over here, not allowing black to maintain this formidable pawn structure on the queen side. I think it's a good move.
Yeah, it's a good move, but I think black is preferable here. Then look at the bishop on d3. Rook b8 is a possibility. At this stage, I think white should give up the hopes to really get the advantage from this position. Even if after pawn into a3 or after rook b8, this position doesn't offer real winning chances.
So
Black,
let's see.
yeah, but black, let's see if black is able to. Yeah, black also has no clear-cut breaks on the king side.
Let's see the game further and we will
Oh,
have a look at what's happening. Queen a3 was taken by white, not pawn into but queen into. Sorry, but queen into, so that the pawn on a5 can be attacked
so
later.
a4 must have been played.
No,
Oh,
rook
rook c5.
c5 by
Okay,
black.
okay.
And white played a good move here. Knight d2, rerouting the knight to c4 or b3.
Yeah, winning the pawn on a5 as well.
And bishop b5 by white, black. Another good move here. So both the players are playing really good chess, and we can expect bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and a move like knight c4 even over here, because the d6 point will be attacked and we give
Yeah, I
up
didn't
the.
see much point in bishop b5 actually. But perhaps it's because after all the d3 bishop is bad, but unless she is hoping to get d3, so the d4 pawn is a passed pawn and it's not advancing because of the bishop on d3. So exchanging the bishop makes sense if either she is winning the e4 pawn or if she is going to get d3. So knight c4 directly would run into queen into e4, knight into d6. That was a complicated line, and where black doesn't have any complication, any compensation. But I was just wondering what happens to rook c5, like bishop b5, bishop into bishop, rook into bishop, knight c4, rook c5. So I attack the knight as well as the pawn, but you have queen d3, and then I play a4. I think it's not all that big. Knight c4, rook c5, threatening queen into e4, as well as attacking the knight. So if you play queen d3, then I go a4, and
Right, bishop b5 is on the board, so let's play it. And
yeah.
now we are looking at bishop takes, rook takes, knight c4, rook comes back to c5. So I'll show it with an orange arrow. And now maybe knight a5 is also possible.
Yeah, but you lose both the pawns, no? Queen e4, and you lose the d5 as well. Then
I was
knight
wondering if we can push our pawn b4
b4,
next.
b4, rook into d5. If you cross b5 square, you could have serious winning chances. But I get d3 quicker than you, so I don't know. b4, rook d5, and queen b3, d3 or so. My d pawn is also a matter of concern. The rook on d5 ready to help it advance. And knight is bad at guarding, stopping pawns which are not within its range. The knight has a very small range, only 2.5 squares at a time. Bishop can move 7 squares at a time, bishop or rook.
Wow. These are some wonderful lines that we are looking at and possibilities for both sides. Yes, bishop b5, rook b5, knight c4, rook c5 does look like a very strong option here. And knight a5 seems to be the only move because b3 would run into queen e4
Yeah.
and queen d5, and this doesn't look
Yeah.
promising at all. So,
No,
no,
was queen d3 possible, or was it too artificial to play queen d3?
queen d3 might even,
A4, yeah,
yes.
A4, and then black wants to play queen c7, so rook a1. I was just wondering if such play is possible, but the b2 is quite weak also, and yeah, but
Yes,
this,
it's possible to attack the a4 pawn immediately,
and you
but
can't guard it so easily because queen a7 has its own disadvantages.
d6 is hanging.
D6 is hanging, and also you encourage b4 and such moves.
And queen
B3, yeah.
d7 will be met with knight
Knight
b6.
b6, and but take on a4 again is a big sort of dubious move because there is a mate on rook and no mate on rook c1. Okay, so yeah, but knight b6, queen attacks knight, and you take knight into a4. So queen a7 and knight into a4 is all in pins and cross pins.
This is a very interesting position. Luckily, both the sides have enough time to decide what to do. Zujiner has 18 minutes over here after 25 moves, and Bibisara has 16 minutes for herself. Not a lot of time, but at least they are not in time pressure, and it's a critical position for sure, especially the position after bishop b5, rook b5. Here, white needs to decide what plan to go for.
Yes.
So,
So for viewers, queen into e4 is not possible because of knight into d6, and queen into d5, then knight into b5.
yes. So these are some ideas we have seen in this game. Let's have a look at how Harika is doing against Nino, because Nino was extremely short on time, I remember. Uh, Over here, after c5, dc, white played g3, black played queen to b7.
Okay, she's going for counterplay. So she's going to be one pawn up and create some counterplay rather than just hanging on to the pawn, second pawn.
So queen c5 was played and black played rook b5 first, queen c4, queen b6, pressurizing f2 with the idea to play rook b2 next, and h4 was played by Harika. Rook b2 was met with queen f1, not rook f1.
Yes, because rook f1 leaves the attack, leaves the a6 pawn safe. So here a5 is necessary, but a5 then h5. See, the a6 pawn is attacked and e5 pawn is indirectly attacked. So the plan is to play h5 and knight into e5, which could be disastrous. And losing a6 is not disastrous, but playing f6 is a very uh, sort of very awkward move to play.
And also f6 will be met with rook
Yes,
a6.
okay, yeah, but losing that pawn is better than losing the e5 pawn. But the f6, the weakness created because of f6 and the absence of a rook in the back rank can be very dangerous.
Also, let us show that after this move, rook f2 tactic does not work because of a intermezzo
Yeah.
rook a8 check.
And
We save our rook and then pick up the black rook on f2. Directly picking it up would have been a little silly to
yeah,
allow queen
yeah,
a6.
then black would be probably much better.
Yes, and we lost a pawn for no reason at all. So this rook a8 saves the day for white and brings home the full point. After queen f1, black played h5, not allowing h5, but it gives up the a6 pawn actually.
Yeah,
But
because there is no way. I think that you had to make a choice, and giving e5 could not have been a choice. Now this position,
however, here it's interesting that white did not take on a6.
I don't think it's really a winning position. You are materially equal, and it's better. But black just puts rook c2 after you take and exchange queens. Uh, Black just plays rook c2 because I think if you take with the rook twice, black goes for rook b1, isn't it?
Rook b1 here, yes, you can play, but how about this position?
In knight ending, the protected pass pawn does not make much sense. But if you are winning the pawn, it depends on how quickly you are attacking the pawn. So if you are winning the pawn, it's winning. If you are not winning the pawn, it's not winning because black will try to play f6 and put a knight on d6. So I think it's too no black should
But black is not on
no black
time.
should bring the king, not yeah. So Knight is not coming and king is also not coming in time. So as a result, yeah, king is coming in time, but yeah, king d6, king b. And now white probably gets knight c.
Or uh,
Yeah, I think
okay,
this looks
maybe
fine. And
here
knight
and knight
knight comes.
g5.
Yeah, and you don't want to attack it with okay, we win the g7 pawn, so or you win the f7 pawn. So this structure is good only if black had a knight on d6, preventing the white king entry.
Yes,
But
not allowing
yeah,
uh, king to b5. However, this was not played, which was
rook is. So yeah,
surprising.
I think black will move the queen
Black,
probably. Black will move the queen to b4.
no, white did not take
Yeah,
on
so in case of
a6.
rook a6, rook a6, rook a6, queen b4, I thought.
Right, but
Threatening rook b1 as well as queen into e4.
wow, this is a nice idea that Praveen ji is showing for black with queen to b4 with the idea to play rook b1 as well as queen e4. So a multi-purpose move, and
Queen d3 could be necessary.
this could be the only move
Yeah,
actually.
and the f2 cannot be attacked easily. But here white has to be a bit careful, so she is avoiding that, taking on e6 immediately.
And she
Giving
plays,
activity to your opponent's pieces is something that should be avoided.
yes, and she plays knight g5 instead. But for me, it's quite surprising that white did not take on a6 when it was available, and goes for knight g5 idea, because even here I would prefer white.
Yes, I would prefer white because unless black has exchanged c pawn for d pawn, it's not going to be equal. But in middle game, you never know because one who gets white gets the queen to f7, white wins, and black gets the queen to f2, black wins. So it's going to be decided in a different way. But not taking the pawn, I have a serious concern that black can guard the pawn with a5 or such move because you are no longer attacking the e5 pawn. And what does she plan after guarding that pawn? For example, if she played a knight g5, then if black played rook b5 or a5, what is her plan? I'm trying to figure out.
Yes,
Uh,
black did play a5.
yeah,
She has played queen e1 here.
three attacks over
So
there, okay. But not, yeah, okay, still three
rook
attacks.
b5 is still possible.
But also rook a5 is not a threat now because rook a5, that's why, yeah, rook a5, rook a5, rook a5, rook b1.
Yes.
And queen a5 allows queen f2 check. So you are not actually threatening anything. You are only preventing the black from playing rook b4 and exchanging the rooks because as the major pieces get exchanged, black will be closer to win. So queen e1 is basically a preventive move, which prevents uh, black from playing rook b4 and exchanging the a4 rook. Otherwise, if you have to move the a4 rook, then black inches in again with a4. So pass pawn will advance, and the knight g5 is more or less a defensive move to cover the e4 pawn, I think.
Yes, and black played knight f8
Yes,
here.
and black is ready to play f6. Uh,
White played. So I think the idea is also to play knight d7 and knight c5.
yeah.
So black.
Even knight f6 also, but knight c5 looks more accurate. Actually, there's no point in keeping the queen on e1. Some solution has to be found out to that.
I think knight g5 was a miss over here. The decision to go for knight g5 instead of rook a6.
Is it possible that she missed queen d3? I mean, queen b4, she thought it was bad for her. It's possible. But actually, queen b4, yeah, queen b4 threatens queen into e4.
Or maybe she did not like the idea that black can attack the queen once again after rook b3. But even
No,
this
no,
move,
knight is weak. You have to go queen
sorry,
e2. You have to go queen e2.
queen e2, queen c2 is not possible because rook f3 is hanging. So queen e2, and here black can play rook b2, and this is not easy to come out of the
But I don't know,
perpetual.
rook a8 check, okay, rook a8 check, and
Knight f8.
yeah, so knight f8. Now perhaps I can give the e4 pawn. I don't know. It needs a lot of calculations. And now I could, if I can play queen a6 and queen into e4, something happening. I don't see anything happening. But if I attack queen a3 or rook f8 check and queen a3 check, no,
Yes.
rook f8 check,
Or queen
queen c8.
c8.
Okay, yeah, this itself is.
Or queen a8 and d6. This
Yeah,
is the
queen is lost.
nicest.
Queen is lost. Yeah. So, the purpose of that queen d3 would be not defending continuously, but try to make use of the knight g5 check possibility rather than playing knight g5 early. Because you already cautioned your opponent. You played knight g5, potential back rank mate for you, and you need to attack e4. So, knight f8 and f6 looks like a logical possibility. Play f6 while the knight is on f8. So, your opponent doesn't get knight to e6. So, in the game, knight f8, I think the move that comes to you in first instance.
Hmm.
And once you get f6, then your knight is free to move. Perhaps losing the h5 pawn is also not a big problem once, because the f2, oh yeah, rook b5 here. Yeah, so
Now f2 has been guarded, by the way, after
yeah,
knight
yeah,
h3.
yeah.
So white was threatening to play king g2 and take on a5, or directly take on a5 and play queen
Queen
takes
enters, yeah.
a5.
So here rook b5 looks forced. I think still there's a compensation. This position seems to be, I mean, but black wants to, can black play c6 here? If black plays c6 here and exchange it, white gets back the a5 pawn, but oh no, see, if c6 is possible and if d6 is not there, now the things will be decided by the future of the analysis of c6 move, because if c6 comes, then black could be preferable if c6 is possible without losing a pawn.
Right. But black played knight d7. I think this is also a very good move, useful move,
Yeah,
coming to c5
knight
with the
c5
knight.
and a4. Yeah.
Also, we must not forget the time situation. Black has only 4 minutes, so it's natural for her to make moves which are consolidating, active, and not committal like a pawn move.
Yes, also after knight c5 and a4, the queen side pawn is going to be dangerous. The a passed pawn is going to be dangerous. White has not really succeeded in getting a knight to c6 or that way. White has not really gained from the positional advantage on the pawn structure. If white knight had come to c6 in the middle game, it would have been a disaster. But it never happened. The knight was in a different place. And if she get knight c5 and a4, then in rook b3 exchanging a rook. And king g2 was played just to make sure that rook b3 and
Rook
uh,
b1,
rook
no.
b1 also, and sometimes even rook b3 and rook into g3 check was also possible.
Yes.
In case of rook a3, you offer a rook exchange, and if you run away, yeah. So white is playing safe and not really trying to justify the pawn minus, but she is trying to justify the pawn structural advantage.
Right. White played knight g5 here, so it is clear that white is okay. White does not like the knight on h3 and she wanted to move it to a more active square. She could probably even consider playing queen e2 and queen f3.
Yes, queen e2 is and g6 queen f3 can be very awkward. So I think she wants to, but queen e2 rook a2 is rook b2 is always a possibility. Queen e2 queen d1 queen d knight c5. Has she played knight c5?
Yes, knight c5, rook c4 on the board. So a4 is possible, f6 is possible,
Now yes, and sometimes knight jump to d3
because knight on
after, yeah,
c5
yeah.
controls e6 square. Yeah, it's a little awkward only for white, especially now the knight has been rerouted from
But
g6.
one has to analyze f6 knight e6 knight into knight rook c6. If that is possible, then
Rook c6, a nice idea, but knight f4 will be met with
and
gf4.
then queen d4 or something of that sort. And I give up c7 and try to attack your king. It's now going to be a very difficult position for both sides. But white has to justify eventually. If nothing happens, white will be in trouble eventually. Because black also has a good plan of a4, a3. You can never blockade that pawn. But
a4 has been played.
okay, so she is confident about guarding her king. She is not worried about queen d1 and such moves.
Also, a4 a very natural time pressure move. She has
Yeah, but
only
yeah,
1 minute
means
51
but she's
seconds.
not worried about queen d1, g6, queen f3, and rook f8 perhaps. Yes,
She can always go
yeah,
back to
with knight on
g6.
c5, with knight on c5, she can move the rook actually now.
Yeah, I think now the queen is also free to move,
Yeah.
come to black's king's defense, and rook can also move.
Yes, in fact, no, I mean, rook c8, rook d8, and c6 could be a possibility also, and all pieces. Also, a3, a2, and could win some material.
But how about queen d1? We play queen g6, and now can we attack this knight
Yeah,
with
a queen.
queen c2? Is it
Yeah,
possible?
yeah, looks like that. And if I have to
And
come
if
back, then
queen
yeah,
comes back, we come back to d1,
yeah,
at least a draw.
yeah. And can I play g6 now? That's a question. It's a very big decision to play. Risky.
I think this is very risky.
Yeah, but for queen f3, I want to play rook f8. Means instead of guarding the a pawn, I prefer to guard the f pawn. And I think I want to exchange the rooks now with rook b4, or I want to drive you away with rook b3, or I want to play rook b2 and tactical knight d3. So
Wow.
if I've defended against your threats, then my threats could make some significant difference to the position.
Yeah, these are some wonderful ideas in the position. So queen d1 played, a4 played, and white has it's white's turn to move. I don't see the queen on d1 yet. No, she has played queen to e3. Harika has played the queen to e3, and black has made a move. I see it on the board. Can we have the player screen? g6 has been played. I see g6.
So in case of rook tripling, that she simply wants to play a3. Is it that for rook a7 she wants to play? She created a square for the king. So rook a7, a3, and rook into c5, and then take and a2 or something of that sort.
Yes. Let's have the player screen and the board on our commentary so that the board can be seen better, since it's a time pressure situation. Nino under so much pressure. Let's have a look at Nino's body language.
Yes,
She's
now
under
that
so
she
much
has no
pressure.
time. So
Yes.
oh yeah, but okay, rook c1 actually a3 is not possible. No, yeah, rook a7 then a3 is possible. Now
Yes.
a3 is not a threat.
And g6 is the 37th move, so 3 more moves to make.
White has made a move,
White has played knight to f3,
attacking the pawn.
attacking the e5 pawn.
And intending queen h6 and knight g5 also.
Wow, this is a really nice idea. Queen d6 looks like the most natural move, because queen h6, at least queen f8,
Yeah.
and giving up the e5 pawn.
Yeah, but yeah, still, no, probably queen h6 can be met with queen f6 in general, and knight g5 with queen g7.
Even
But
queen,
knight into e5 is also a possibility now. So queen d6, knight into e5 doesn't work. So queen d6, queen h6, queen f6 looks like a plan.
yes, queen d6, knight e5 would run into queen e5, rook c5, rook takes, queen takes, and queen a1. Let's not leave our rook on a1 unguarded, so knight e5 will not work in this case. After queen d6, black's idea is that she supports e5 square as well as the c5 knight, and after queen h6 she wants to play queen f6. So let's see what she has chosen. She has made a move. She has played rook to e8. Rook to e8 on the board. Now queen h6 will be met with again queen f6.
But now rook e8, yeah, actually now rook a7, what do? You lose the a4 pawn.
Rook ac1, pressurizing the knight even further, and once
And the a3 recourse is no longer available because I take queen into a3 now. Rook was well placed behind the passed pawn. So I don't know, rook. So what can she do? Knight must move
knight
here.
d7 has to
Knight
be played.
d7, but
Rook
you are losing the
a4
yeah,
and
or
queen e3.
yeah, but instead of rook a4, and if I take on b6 and take on c7,
That's also possible, and I think white would be fine over there as well because of the d5 pass
that
pawn.
d5 is quicker than
Protected
a4
pass
pawn, and knight g5 is also coming. Rook on e8 doesn't look like a good choice. I prefer white here clearly.
Yes, time pressure can make you take decisions you don't want to. So rook, white is still thinking, but white has enough time. White has enough time. She can choose a good move
Is
here.
knight b3 possible for rook a7? But I was intending to meet knight b3 with queen h6 or something.
Knight b3, rook a7, knight b3 is possible. This game is really heating up. Let me have a look.
Okay, queen h6 is never a threat if you are giving big amount of material, because probably still a very I mean, suddenly white has placed the queen on e3, and the rook e8 was a big mistake, I think. She must be in few seconds. This seems so. So can you make out the move that was played? I see some moves were made by Harika. Move was made for sure. And rook a7, knight b3, queen h6 would probably confuse everybody. But knight into c1, knight g5, and rook into c7 to come. So that could be winning. Then
Rook a2, wonderful move by Harika.
prophylactic.
What a
How many moves have to be played now?
only 2 more moves to make. Rook a2 played by Harika, and black played rook a5, but
Yeah, rook a5 now something.
the engine dislikes rook a5 strongly. Let's see what does white have in return.
Queen c3 attacking e5. Oh, queen c3 attacking e5. What do you do for queen c3?
And what do you do for queen h6 here? Because
Queen
queen
h6.
f6 will be met with rook to c2, and the idea is that if we had played queen f6 here,
Yeah.
and queen f6 would be met with rook a c1, but now we have knight
Yeah.
b3
Yes.
or knight d3 even,
Yes, knight d3 could be more dangerous.
and the rook on c1 is attacked, whereas on c2, wow, what a subtle idea
Yeah,
by
rook a2 was great. I think rook e8 was a point which black is now probably losing, in my opinion.
what a wonderful find by Harika here. Knight on c5 is
Yes,
hanging. She
yeah.
cannot attack either of white's pieces by jumping the knight. So knight has to go back to a6
But
in
rook
order
c6,
to
no, rook
protect
c6 wins the.
c7 pawn. And rook
no,
c6,
wins some material. No, queen g7.
we go back queen g7,
now you attack the rook, queen d2.
and the rook is cannot move on the a file. Had the pawn been on a3, we would still have rook a4 here, but since the rook has to move, we simply pick up the
Yes,
pawn,
yeah.
knight for free. So this is a great combination that Harika might find over the board now that she has found rook a2, rook a5, 40th move, and Harika with 27 minutes for 1 minute 23 for Nino.
But now the time travel is over, yeah? So now they have more time, correct?
No, it's the 40th move.
It still is the 40th.
It's the 40th move. So we still have one more move to be played. Let's stick to this game, but we will have a quick look at Vaishali's game and come back because that game was also heating up. Let's have a look at the time situation. They have some time, so we will come back to this.
Yes.
And how about Lano and Goryachkina? Lano and Goryachkina's game also looks pretty good for white, but they also have enough time, 7 minutes for Lano and 8 for Goryachkina. So we will come back to these games once the Harika game is over because only one more to be played till the
Yes,
time control.
yes, at least we wait for the time control, at least one move or one move to be made. Because I'm sure that after the move has been played, they are going to take a lot of time. So white probably takes some time and black will have to reply soon. Too many weaknesses. It looks like a strategical triumph of the bad pawn structure, triumph of the good pawn structure against bad. But somewhere the she realized that rook on a8 was good, and then she moved it to e8, and now rook a5 back means I needed a rook behind the passed pawn. So like rook e8 and rook a5, when you already had a rook behind the passed pawn, somehow it doesn't look good. I think white must be much better here if not winning. Rook 8 was a fantastic move, I think.
Yes,
That's a claim.
absolutely. And rook e8 was the main mistake for black. Here, another move like queen d6, keeping the rook on a8 would have really worked in black's favor. Let's have a look at what happens for rook a2 here. Maybe a move like king g7 would also work.
Yeah, there's no real threat. I mean, see the problem with rook on keeping a rook on a8 is white can never play rook ac2 because of a3. And you can never. So the threats are really reduced. If your rook is going to be in a line, then the c5 knight is safe.
So, for example, this variation does not work because the rook on a8 does a great job of protecting the passed pawn. So,
In
this would lose.
absence of that, actually the rook on a8 makes the knight on c5 safe. Looks very strange, but rook on e8 sort of makes the knight susceptible because you don't have a tactical recourse of a3. So rook behind the passed pawn, I think the principle by Nimzovich and Reti, rooks are wonderful behind the passed pawn. Even Capablanca, everybody said that rook should be behind the passed pawn, and it's very powerful. And as the pawn advances, the rooks gets bigger and longer, bigger scope. And after rook e8, surely white is preferable.
Yes.
Not into. I mean, after rook a2, surely I feel that white is winning, irrespective of 40 moves or not.
And Harika has played queen h6 and queen f6 on the board, 40 moves over.
And now rook ac2, knight a6, queen e2. So rook ac2. Where does the knight go then?
Actually, the knight doesn't have any good squares.
Yeah, so if you go to d7 after rook c7, it's not a d7 knight, but it is a f7 pawn that comes into trouble when you go knight g5. So rook a2 I think just wins, because now that a3 makes no sense. Rook into c5, so rook a c2, and you come back queen d6, you get mated after knight g5.
And let's show the difference. Here also the rook is behind the pass pawn, but the problem is it gets exchanged after rook
Yes.
c5.
Yeah.
And for a2 we simply pick up the rook.
Yes.
So this is the problem. Had the rook been even on a6 and somehow this, we had reached this position with a3, then this would have still worked.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh,
But
this is real
yeah, but
pity.
initially, obviously, one knight has to guard c5 and another knight has to push a3 rook. So the rooks, both the rooks, one needed to guard c5 and one needed to. So rook a5 is a principally a correct move, but it fails. And I think has rook a2 been played?
Yes, it has been
Yeah,
played.
I think white wins, and probably we'll see a gain of a piece. Knight a6.
Knight d8 might be,
Yeah.
or knight d6. But knight d6 is also risky because we just pin the knight and then we play knight g5, or maybe we pin it with this rook.
Yes, and a3 we just come back rook a2, and yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
but
this
yeah,
is very
knight b7 7 is still forced. For rook c7, you may have knight d8 instead as well, but your queen could get into some trouble. I think knight b7 anyway. Only move knight d7 and f8 is a way, but what you need is support to f7 and not h7. So knight on d6 will probably support. Knight d8 passive, queen could get trapped perhaps, but your queen has a square on g7. But now it's a big advantage for white. Knight d7 better than knight b7 better than knight d7. But I don't know what to play for rook c7. Knight d6 and
knight d8 probably the
knight
only
d.
way.
Yeah, but knight d8.
But this is so bad for black. Even like as long as we pick up the
Yeah.
a4 pawn, white is winning.
And how about d6? I don't think you can capture, no? So, you can
We
capture
can capture it.
and knight g5, queen come back, queen f6. I consider that impossible.
Yes, it might be losing as well because of
No, but yes,
some.
allowing queen h7 check. No, I saw this.
This looks so risky and wrong.
Yeah, but it is not risky and wrong. It is.
Can we play rook f3? Like can we
Yeah,
bring our
but
rook to f3?
yes, here.
Maybe this rook.
Yeah, and a3. Then there's rook.
Oh, but there is queen g7.
Now yes,
So we
yeah.
cannot give them enough time. And rook c6 will also run into queen because knight c6, rook f7.
Yes,
So queen g7
and now some combination could be
and rook g6. Rook g6 now.
and yeah, queen into queen,
Queen
and knight
h7,
h7
knight
mate, yeah.
h7 mate, and queen g6, then queen h8, queen g8, and knight h7.
Yes.
This is nice.
So white is getting very dangerous attack. So that's why I thought d6 perhaps was a possibility. And if you can't take it, I don't know. If you can't take it, then the d7 pawn is very strong.
So this is the position we have on the board with queen h6 and queen f6 played, and what has white played? White has played rook ac2, and it's black's turn to move, but we expect a result for white here.
Yes, I think white is much better here, and white should be winning here. And how about the other games? Or
Yes.
if the positions are, I mean, if the time trouble is over, maybe we could have another break if you think. But time trouble, we'll see if 40 moves are done, because then the games could go on long. So let's look at this. Okay.
Let's have a look at Vaishali's game now. Let's have Vaishali's camera on the screen, and we have Polina versus Vaishali over here with the position having changed quite a bit. What happened after bishop h3? We reached a few moves into the middle game, and black played this fantastic bishop c3, queen a5 maneuver, and after a4, e6, white continued with d6. Bishop d4 was found by black, another beautiful move with the idea that rook b1 is checkmate after queen d4, and bishop d4 will be met with queen g5, queen g2 checkmate. So f4, the only move found by white. e5 was played by Vaishali. Bishop takes on d4, pawn takes the bishop, and bishop b5 was played.
And I think here d3 was hasty. I think to exchange d pawn for a pawn was not her idea probably, because d3 bishop d3. Then she took some time. On queen h5, she might have planned and she suddenly saw bishop e2 at that time. She was intending a brilliant combination, perhaps a d3, bishop d3, queen h5, queen into queen, rook b1 check. But I think exchanging the d pawn for the a pawn was not probably. And also there is a chance to play something like a6.
Yeah, a6 will be met with bishop f1
Yeah, but
100%.
at least you take and win the a4 pawn. But it's still, I mean, compared to the game position, you at least have a d pawn extra. Although
But
it's a bad
this is
position.
rook c8,
Oh,
yeah?
sorry, queen a4 is not
Yeah.
possible again.
So
Yeah, so
maybe
not.
queen b4 and we pick up
Yeah,
d6, but
if you play e5,
e5.
yeah. No, it's still getting difficult.
This is awkward, but it's probably under control after d3, queen
And
f4.
yeah, we try to smash all the pawns. So
And we have some checks around white's weak king, which
and
does
e5,
not have a shelter.
e5 is loose. So there's no immediate. There's no actually satisfactory move to keep all the material. Probably it could
And
end in a perpetual check or something.
yes, and white does not have a safe center because of the pawns being too advanced and no pawn being present
Yeah,
on the g file.
yeah, no.
So that is another problem that white has. So bishop b5 a6 was a good suggestion by Praveen ji, which could have been considered, but d3 too hasty, gives up the d pawn for the a4 pawn. Here rook c8 is a blunder because of rook takes, queen a4 and rook c1 checkmate with the g2 square guarded. So rook c1 was found by Polina and black played queen b4.
Yes,
Uh,
because queen d4 fails to bishop f1 as we saw. So now bishop f1, you could win the e4 pawn.
yes,
And you need to attack the d pawn.
and e5 will not be possible
Yes.
because f4 is hanging. So queen f3, wonderful move.
Yes, that was always, I think, on the cards because I said you have to drive the bishop away. And now white seems to be much better.
And now queen a3, another good move by Vaishali, driving the rook away from the c file. So rook d1 was played.
Yes.
And now bishop d7, accurate. White played e5, black played a5, king g2. Black wants to push her pawn to the queening square, so a4 was played. White played f5 here, and here black took on f5, which
I
is
think-
very surprising.
But she was afraid of e6 followed by f into g6 or something. I don't know. But gfi seems safe at the moment. You don't have time to play queen g3 check and queen h4. So what is wrong with gf5? See, bishop into f5 loses a piece. So I think queen c5 was a possibility. Was queen c5 a possibility? Planning bishop c6, not really.
Queen c5 is possible actually. Queen
And-
c5,
Yeah.
and if you play e6,
I just take pawn into pawn. Yeah.
and if we take on g6, then we can play.
Queen g5 check also. I mean, it's not a. Yeah, but king h1 is coming. Okay. So not queen g5 check, but bishop c6 was one possibility on the previous move. Yeah, this is losing. So bishop c6 here, for example, and
Gh7,
yeah, and king moves and bishop
bishop
e4
e4.
and queen g5. Yeah, it's
It's
both
too
kings
risky.
both kings are very weak, but yeah, fg5 gf5 is that way safer, but
Maybe hg,
yeah, here
bishop g6, and now
bishop c6, bishop e4 again, not really, but at
and
least
now queen g5, king h1, queen g6, rook g1, and we have rook b1. I think
Oh,
this is
yeah,
the
yeah.
point. This is a
Ah.
tactical reason why
yeah,
this variation would
bishop
not work.
sacrifice doesn't work, and with bishop on d3, the b1 square is guarded. You see, I think gf5 is a committal move. I think she's hoping for a rash moves with queen g3 check and queen g5, which don't lead to anything. So, what she wants to do with gf5 is she wants to attack e5 next without allowing the counterplay with e6. Now, whenever she plays queen c3, white it's not easy for white to guard her queen b3 followed by queen c3. But g file is open and king h3 is not a good move. King h3, f4 check, king h4.
Looks great actually. But white has played queen h5
Yes, and now is it winning if I
with the idea that you can simply play check, 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 and rook g1 followed by king h2.
Oh, if I play queen d3, can you play rook g1? Is it
Queen
possible?
d3,
Queen b3, queen b3.
queen b3.
Yeah, my idea would
Maybe
be to,
queen g5 check
okay, I
first.
move the king to say f8. F8 does
f8, queen
yeah.
e7.
So you know h8 I have to play move. Yeah, so king h8 and queen f6 and rook g1, is it?
Yes, rook g1, and I think it's over because king h3 or king h1
King
will
has
be
a
played.
square. King has a square
King
after queen
f4.
into
We
d3.
have
Yeah.
lot of
No, queen
options.
into d3 leaves you only one square, but
Yes,
one is enough.
one is enough, and this is a checkmate.
Or
Thanks
you
to
like
the.
queen e7 mate, you can play that.
I like all the mates that can be made. So,
No, it's a difficult position for black here, I think.
so yes, this is
G into f5.
gf5 was not necessary at all,
Yeah,
but
I mean, it was necessary to bring back the pieces rook e8 or queen h5. Some pieces have to come back near the king.
But we must look at the time situation. F5 was played when Vaishali had only 1 minute 58 seconds on her clock for another 8 moves. So after GF5, which was played within 30 seconds, she was left with 1 minute 30 seconds only for another 7 moves. So that's the problem about
Yeah.
getting under time pressure.
Yes, because if you permit and get if you allow e6 and if it is checkmating, then it's so simple that the pawns are approaching the, and if it's not tactically working, then we say, oh, black king is safe. I mean, even we don't actually assess or analyze the position in objective way. Here, if you are not able to calculate, what do? You play gf5.
So GF5 was played, white played queen to h5 with the idea to play check, check and rook g1 next. Bishop c6 check was met with king to h3, and now king will be safe on h4, maybe even this plan cannot be ruled out. Rook b1. Rook b1 is a very nice
Yes,
move
rook b1,
actually,
yeah, because
because
it,
rook b1, rook into b1 runs into queen d3, and then we pick up the rook.
rook
And
b1 is the only move here, but yeah, it's queen g5 check. Black seems to be safe here, but somehow it's too.
white took queen f5.
What's that?
What?
Yeah, queen
Oh,
f5.
queen f5 was met with if rook d1, then
Queen
queen
h7, then
h7.
queen
And
h8 mate. So you have to play bishop d7 here,
so
but queen ending is not a draw, no.
which one? Sorry.
The bd7 queen into d7 and rook d3 check. You will get a.
No,
Oh,
there
you're.
is no queen d3 check.
Oh,
Rook
sorry,
d1.
rook d1 is too slow, no.
Rook
Something
d1
else.
doesn't work because queen g4 and queen d1 at least,
Yeah.
and there might be a better way actually.
Queen d8 check and queen f6 check or something. But no, I think your bishop is pinned, so better you take the rook. So bd7 was a blunder, but was there a defense? No, I was just
No, it
thinking
seems
that.
like there wasn't, because queen h7 is the threat.
Yes, mate, and king f8, I mean, doesn't you just open just king f8 perhaps,
But
and
queen
queen h7
h7.
you have bd7 check at least, but nothing, no, the king moves somewhere and
Oh,
the
that
king,
is possible.
and queen h, but king will move and queen h8 will be a threat, no?
So let's see what's happening. Bishop d7, queen takes, rook d1, queen g4 was played, king f8, queen d1 and queen c3. But this is a very tough
Yeah,
position.
she wants to play a3 and a2. If I mean if your bishop was not prepared, I think king g2 and a3 bishop b1 is the probably easiest.
But e5 will have.
Yeah, when you take on e5, I just go bb1 or something.
And d7.
Yeah. So it's only a perpetual check that you are trying. So king getting out of the pin. I think there's not time to play moves like f4 and guarding the pawn a3, a2 is dangerous.
And also here d7 would be met with king e7.
Because the bishop is pinned. But once you move the king, you also threaten d7. So d7, d8 and a discord check.
So king g2 here is a good move. Queen e5 and
Probably just a bishop move, I think, is also adequate. Queen g5 check is not big. And I think if you're not losing the d5 check, then d7, but you're getting queen d5 check here, so you shouldn't be playing. Queen g5 check, king f1, there's no check. So
let's imagine bishop b1 controlling
yeah.
a3, a2 as well and threatening d7.
Yeah, and queen, but it allows queen b5 check, which I didn't want to do. But okay, you go to h1 itself. Okay, I thought I was going.
This
You were
is
going to f1.
controlled, and this both the squares are controlled.
And
We always have
e4,
F3.
d5 and f3 are controlled, and queen c6 check won't come at all. So d7 is next. So king e8 is forced here, I think. And d7 checking. Black is not losing immediately, but black
a4,
is losing.
yeah, a4 also black is losing.
Queen into
That's-
a4, queen d5 check again. King
No, it's a check.
Yeah,
After
king
king
e8, queen f4 is a check. Yeah, so I just put d7, force you to go queen d8, and then I plan queen d5, bishop a2, and queen f7. So
Yeah, it's a serious problem for white that black, sorry, after queen d1, black has played queen c3,
Forced to anyway, but I think Quincy was the only move
and
anyway.
white has replied with king to g2 as we see on the board.
Mm.
So Polina in control, black played a3 over here, but this is the last move of the time control. So 40 moves are over with a winning position for white after the 40 move time control.
I think she's looking for d7 queen c6 check and pick up that. Even that may not be working. Even queen c6 check bishop e4 and queen into e4 check f3 is probably still winning. And queen g6 check king h1 and a queen d8 with check. So a2 and I have d8 check. So even the intended move is not working. But okay, d7 she may play
King
king e7, and if she's not getting mated in d8 check and bishop f5 is check or yeah, but queen d7 check. Yeah, so perhaps bishop b1 is a simpler way to play this position, and she's going to play king e8, I think, then bishop, and then something like, yeah, this is not a position that needs to be analyzed beyond this. This is a bad position for sure, and somehow she succeeded in making it tactical after losing the d3 pawn, after sacrificing the d3 pawn, which didn't turn out to be very correct. But as she was able to create a lot of counterplay after that, and the players have played very accurately tactically, because the one who is defending is always under more pressure. One mistake and checkmate could take place. So white has actually played, yeah, okay, she's playing it safe. And if you don't play queen b2, you never get back the piece, because white will play queen d5 and bishop a2. So king moves like king e8 will lose to queen d5. And then so queen d5 is the simplest, I think, and then bishop a2.
Like, lots of moves win
Yes,
here. So
every
basically,
move wins. After bb1, probably game will not go on
oh,
much.
she took e5. She took on e5 and maybe d7.
Yeah, there aren't many checks. No, queen g5 check, king h1 is end of the checks.
And
And
all the checks are controlled. And we also have
I mean, queen
f3.
g5 she has queen d8. Queen g5 she has queen d8, where that queen d5 and bishop a2 comes in picture. So queen g5 check, king h1, queen d8, queen d5, and then just go bishop a2.
Absolutely. So this is winning for white. We will let's go to Lano versus Goryachkina, because that game is also under time pressure with 2 minutes 52 seconds for Lano versus 1 minute 32 seconds for Goryachkina, with black's turn to move, having 36 moves being played on the board.
And we
P4
haven't
was
seen
the
this
last
game
move.
for a long time, and lots of things have changed, because the e5 pawn was attacked, and we left it at that. I think knight f3.
So we left it after,
Many moves before, I believe.
yes, one moment, after e5 de, knight f3, black played queen d6, the most accurate move. Rook a d1 was played, f6 by black, queen c3, queen e7, and here white could have taken, but there is no need. The bishop is anyway dying a slow death on a7, so let's leave it over there. And white played knight h4 followed by knight f5,
But
queen
black has a
f7,
strong pawn barricade. It's not easy to break that pawn barricade.
queen f7, and now white did take on a5. So
Yes, I think
she's
so. Yeah, and bishop b6 come back.
b6, queen d2, and now
Yeah.
if black manages to get this bishop in the game, she has some chance of surviving this. Bishop c6, knight
Bishop
h5.
c6, I don't know. No, bishop e6 and c6 looked. I mean, okay, knight f5 prevents c6, but at least you try to bring in the bishop in the game. Bishop c6, bishop c6. I don't like that move, but okay.
We will see what is her idea. After knight
Hmm.
h5, she plays knight f8, wanting to bring it to e6
d4.
and d4.
Yeah,
So
logical.
this is a
move,
very
yeah.
nice
Nice.
idea.
So she's
And
going to play without that bishop, but she's going to activate the other pieces. Good. Excellent.
after white found a great move here, f4.
Yes, to weaken the grip on e5. Yeah, that's important. Yeah.
Yes, breaking open the center. White
No,
played.
black is getting e4, so center won't be opened, I think.
Yes, black did play e4 here, but now she put more pressure on the e4 pawn
Mhm.
with queen c2. And
Okay.
how do you defend it? Black played queen g6.
Yeah, attacking the knight. Yeah.
So knight e4 is not. Knight e4 is actually possible, but then queen f5 would be a return gift because
Yeah.
of knight f6 and if gf6, then queen f5, and knight f6 is a check. So if black takes with the queen, we pick it up, and even though we gave up 3 pieces for the queen, we got 2 pawns and a very weak king in return.
Yeah, knight e4 has some funny tactics. For example, if you go king h8, because g2 is weak, but white will have something like knight h4 coming. So there's not really any. Yeah, knight e4.
No, but it doesn't work. That's
Because,
what I
yeah,
wanted to
bishop,
show,
bishop
that
e4
bishop e4 is the
first, yeah.
problem, and
And now
after
queen
rook
f8.
e4 and queen f5 and rook e8 is not a check because of the knight on f8.
So the piece has been eliminated.
So that's why white did not take on e4,
Yeah.
but she played king to h2. She can even play rook e3 and rook g1. These are some ideas which are workable. And king h2, black plays knight e6.
Yes, knight is heading to d4 for d4.
And white played queen to f2. So
Now was knight e4 possible?
now knight e4? Yes, it's possible, because bishop e4 you want to play queen e4,
but
yes?
it's very risky. Some knight move, knight jump to d4 and knight e7 check. I have,
Queen
no?
d5 check you
Also
have.
queen d5 check. And knight
Yes.
yeah. But
And knight e7 as well,
yeah.
yes.
yeah, but there's a direct knight f4 that was possible for knight e4 also, no? I think.
Yes, knight f4 was a good move here, but
We have
even
some knight
this
h6 check and knight f6 check and knight f6 check here perhaps. Knight f6, what happens? King h8.
gf6,
And then knight
knight
e7.
e7.
Yeah, knight f4 guards
Yes.
the g6 queen.
Yeah.
So,
So this is not
doesn't
hanging.
work. Yeah. So knight e6. Yeah. And how did the game go?
It was a very interesting game
Yes,
actually, but white played queen f2 here. So black played
Stopping knight d4. So she doesn't want to allow knight come to d4. Yeah.
and guarding f4 as
F2,
well.
yeah.
So black played rook a8 attacking a2. White played a3 and not a4 but a3. Black played rook a b8. Now b3 has been weakened.
Bishop a5 can be a threat.
So white played rook e3, nice move, guarding the b3 pawn, coming to g3 if required, king h8, knight h4 played, queen f7, and finally white took the pawn on e4.
Okay.
And now after knight f4, we simply support it with queen f4, and the e4 knight is not hanging, so white is a pawn up. After knight d4,
Yeah.
white played rook to e1 and doubling on the e file, king g8, b4.
Taking on b3 was not possible. Yeah. Taking on. Yeah.
Because we have guarded the knight.
But e4.
Knight f6 is also possible.
Yes, knight f6 spoiling the structure and then taking back on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, yes, this is the white has so many options like gf6, queen g3 check would also be
Yeah.
useful perhaps.
King
So
h7 was there, but I thought, yeah, but it's risky to play. It's bad to play. So what should you do?
what white did was b4 over here. Over here, black played king g8 back.
King g8, okay.
b4. Oh, so knight f6 was not a check because king is on h8.
Sorry, yeah. So knight.
So knight b3.
Do we have a tactic here?
I think we anyway play knight f6 because rook e3 is rook b3
Yeah,
is
and I
hanging.
get back the yeah. But at least I exchange and go knight d4. At least I don't check d into f6. But it's still a very dangerous king side there. But I have closed your bishop. So now I am threatening to take it on f6 with queen. Yeah, this was possible, but somehow white seems to be better in all variations because of bishop b6. The attack is too strong.
So black played king g8, b4, queen takes c4. So pawn into c5 was played, and now bishop c5 would run into knight takes, queen takes, rook takes,
Or just
rook,
bishop d4 first. Or bishop d4 first. Yeah.
rook takes rook, rook takes, bishop takes, and bishop d4, and white would win the piece on d4. So black played bishop a5, and can we win the d4 knight in a tactic after knight f6? Yes. So knight f6 was played, gf6, rook e8, bishop e8, and now bishop d4 would run into bishop e1. So white plays the last move of this combination, rook e4.
Yeah, rook
And it's
e1.
also the 40th move.
I thought rook e7 was also probably very strong because I threatened queen g3 check and I also threatened on d4. But yeah, rook e4 is ensuring Yeah, rook e4 also looked good. There's various ways to win this position. Really, rook e4 is safe. You're going to get back that, and well, you are actually only one pawn up, but the king is very badly placed. Like queen c5 or whatever you do, and after bd4, white is only one pawn up. But look at black's king position. f6 weak and white knight coming to g5. So queen d5 she played, okay, forcing rook into d4. So at least she wants to block the bishop. Yeah, it's have they completed the moves here?
Yes, they have completed the 40 moves over here after queen d5, a winning position for Lano after bishop rook
Rook
into
into
d4
d4, queen
because
and queen into c5, something like f5 perhaps. With or no, not f5, queen e5 check, but
queen
yeah,
g3 is sufficient,
yes,
I
queen
think.
yeah, rook into
Queen g3 would be sufficient. The king is weak.
yeah.
White is material up as well. She is a pawn up with the weak king to play against and a middle game position with the queens being still on board. A
Yes, and
great
waiting for the d4 bishop rook to move so that if bishop opens up f6. So queen g3 check is a very wise move, and you intend to move the rook and take on f6. So white is winning here, and Vaishali game also probably white is winning, and Harika's game and
we will go to
yeah
Harika's game shortly.
before
Let's just
Okay, this is Zainer.
let's just share to our viewers that Vaishali has resigned. I mean,
Okay,
after d7, black played queen g5 check, white played king h1, and black resigned here because of d8 queen. Queen d8 would be met with
simplest
any,
is queen d5, so no checks.
yes, or queen d6 check.
Yeah, also directly, yeah.
Many moves win
Yeah.
here. White is a full piece up, so not much to play for, and black resigned. We have one more result. Zhu Jainer versus Asubaeva Bibisara have also drawn their game. We will have a look at this game.
Is this the only draw of the day? I think so, no? It's,
As so far, yes.
yeah, okay, so.
But we also have Harika's game going on. So we will have a look at. But Harika is also winning after.
Yeah,
So we are expecting 3 results
three results
today.
and only one draw. Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
And 3 white wins. So, well, I think,
Wow, huge. I think that's a great, I mean, great, because of the, because the tournament has become very competitive now, only 4 rounds to go. And with 3 rounds to go, the leaderboard is going to change perhaps.
yeah.
And, with so many wins, Katrina Lano already she picked up a very nice win yesterday, and today as well we can expect her to convert this game. We will be back shortly and follow both the remaining games with you guys. Stay with us. Hello, we are back after a break and we have a result on Harika and Nino's board. Harika Dronawali has got her first win in the tournament.
Okay, wonderful. And yes, the game was quite impressive from the strategic middle game point of view and the way she managed to attack both on the queen side, the queen on e3, attacking c5 sometimes and going to h6. So let's see how the game went from the point where we left it.
So white played queen h6, queen f6 and rook a c2. This was the point.
Yeah, this was the winning move, I think we thought almost.
And black replied with knight d7.
Mhm.
So white took on c7 with the rook, rook d8 supporting the knight, and now knight g5, a very strong move with the idea to play queen h7, queen g7. What happens for this move, Praveen ji?
Oh yes, it's let's see if some combination works. And
Maybe we can take on d7.
rook
If
into d7, queen into
if rook takes, then we checkmate on c8.
yes,
So black has to take the queen,
and now we take rook into d8 check, and now
and
we
then we play.
rook c7, threatening rook into f7. Yeah.
Wow, this is a beautiful combination, and there is no way that black can avoid being mated.
Queen into g5,
Only queen g5, but
and then pawn into g7, a3, and you are in time to play rook
c8 and
and f6,
f6
rook
and
c7 mate or rook d7.
what a
yeah.
pleasure! What a
Yes.
pleasure!
Yes.
It's a beautiful checkmate, and black instead played knight g5, rook a8.
Okay.
Avoiding rook d7, rook c8 idea, but allowing queen h7, king f8, and rook came back. Rook went ahead to c3 with the
Yes.
idea to transfer to f3.
Yes. So
And f7 is a weakness that cannot be defended anymore. So queen g7 was played by Nino in the hope that she can somehow handle this endgame because of the a passer, but knight e6,
yes, a nice combination, and black loses the queen at least.
pawn has to take the knight, and rook f3 check on all is lost actually. So it's a checkmate in 2 because king e7, queen g7, king d6 and rook c6 is a checkmate.
And king e8, just queen into g7, and if you move the rook on d8, there is queen d7 mate. If you don't move the rook on d8, it is queen f7 mate. And if you play knight f6 or knight f8, again it's queen f7 mate. So f7 point cannot be guarded, and d7 point has been guarded, but well, I think a nice combination and nice game. So probably she resigned for 96, isn't it?
Rook f3 and
Okay.
black
okay.
resigned.
Yeah.
A wonderful game by
Yeah, so
Harika.
we must show knight f6, queen into g7. Check.
Yes, that's the only checkmate that we haven't shown. So
Yes.
let's finish the combination. And rook f3, black resigned. A disappointing result for Nino after having won a pawn in the opening for not great compensation by Harika. But Harika came back very strongly with the c5 break, and then in time pressure she was able to outplay Nino. Nino having come under a huge amount of time pressure and having made a few weaknesses around her king, was not able to defend them sufficiently and lost the game.
I think permitting c5 break was one of the strategic decisions which went wrong, but it was still a good position as long as she kept her rook on a8. And then when she moved the rook from a8 to e8, I think that was a turning point where she got into a losing position, but very accurately played, engine-like accuracy, as one would say, and very good play. Some of the, and here we see women have been playing with great, all players have been playing with great accuracy. But there have been some blunders as well. I mean, there have been some very simple blunders, but otherwise the accuracy level is very great because
Awesome.
it's a world championship, part of world championship cycle.
Absolutely. You never know. One of the players here might become the world champion in the next cycle.
Yes,
you never know.
24 cycle. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we have two results already in white's favor. There was one draw in Zhu Jinner's game, and the only game remaining, Katrina Lano versus Alexandra Goryachkina. Can we have the player cams on the screen along with the board, please? Yes. So we expect a result for white in this game. Uh, if we could have a closer look at the player cams, that would be great.
Yes, I think it's well. I think if the queens were not on the board, it's not such a great position, but otherwise, certainly. So
So we have king f8 on the board, and rook e8 was played. So let's go back a few moves and have a look at what happened here. Knight e4, knight d4 was played, and white played rook to e1. This is the position we had a look at earlier as well. Black played king to g8. Black not knowing what to do, at least let's get out of the knight g6 check. So king g8 and b4, a very strong move by white. Black took on c4 with the queen, but now the d4 knight cannot be guarded sufficiently after pawn takes on c5, bishop takes on c5, and white can simply play knight takes, queen takes, and bishop d4. So black played bishop a5 instead, attacking the e1 rook, and after knight f6, gf6, rook e8, bishop into e8, the e1 rook is hanging. So the last move of the combination, rook e4, seals the deal for white, and white is completely winning with uh, the with the option of winning the knight back on the next move, the black's king being still very weak and white being a pawn up as well. So this position is already super bad for black. Black played queen d5, the last move of the time control, rook d4, queen c5, and queen g3 check, and king to f8. This is the position on the board we have right now. With white being completely winning, white has to find a checkmate probably. Is
yes,
knight g6 working?
materially it's not so great. It's just one pawn of view. The queens were not there. Perhaps it could be a drawable position. But yes, the king has a knight g6 check is one of the possibilities. After which black probably even yeah, knight g6 check, or is a rook move possible immediately? Is it useful to play some rook move, threatening bishop into f6, which yeah, but b2 is attacked, so we have to do something quickly about it. And let's look at knight g6 check. King f7 is possible again,
I think
and
king f7 is.
uh, king f7. Yeah, king f7. I mean,
I think king f7 is the only
yeah,
move
bishop g6
because
doesn't look like playable at all, and white is
let's
not getting any immediate checks. So
let's have a look at why king g8 doesn't work first. This is the first option that we discard because knight e7 is a double check on the king. King h7 would lose to queen g8 checkmate. So king cannot go to the h file and king must go to the f file now. But again we give a check on g8, king e7, and we can expect a checkmate after rook e4. If king goes to e6, we have queen e6, king d8, and bishop f6
I think
checkmate.
queen e8 might also. Yeah,
Yes, queen e8 checkmate as well. And after king to d6 as well, we have the queen e6 checkmate. So this option of going to the g8 square can be easily ruled out once we see this variation. And after king g7 as well, the black has the same problem because even though it's not a double check, there is no piece that can come in between the check of the queen. Bishop g6 simply loses to queen g6, and queen g5 we pick up the queen. So that's why the same combination will work for king g7 as well. So black must go to f7. This is the only move. And after king f7 we have some options here actually. Can we give a check on h8? And
yes, and king must go back to f8 again. Yeah, but it's probably knight on h8 is not more productive than, I think it's some important move at this stage that will
decide the game.
decide the game. Is something like rook d7 and bishop into f6 possible?
Wow.
I don't know. Rook d7
Wow,
threatens
this
queen
is
g7 mate, and bishop into, and they just play bishop f6. So
this is amazing.
I didn't see a defense, but there could be a defense because there is no uh, you would all you have to do is defend the f7 square, which may not be no, but you also have to defend e7.
Yes, so queen d5 will not work because
Yeah,
we have this checkmate and e7 is no more guarded
but
because the queen moved.
bishop e6 can be a problem. So perhaps queen g6 on the previous move instead of bishop into f6. Queen,
Sorry.
yeah, on the previous move was queen g6.
Bishop
Yeah,
e6
here it's
guards the checkmate on f7, and after queen g7, king e8, suddenly there is no mate. Maybe the black king, yeah, we see the eval bar has also dropped, so this might not be the.
so queen g6 here, probably threatening queen f7 mate comes into consideration.
And if queen d5, we have queen f6,
Yeah, queen f6 and
but then king
yeah,
e8.
so not queen f6, perhaps
But
bishop f6,
bishop
queen
f6.
g8, bishop f6, that's queen g8. So queen g8. So again,
And
yeah. So we need to uh, calculate at the look at the rook sacrifice. Queen h6 check, king e8, queen
h5.
h5 check, and queen c5 check. Yeah.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Geometry.
Yeah.
Geometry in chess. Beautiful checkmate pattern here found by Praveen ji. And rook d7, a fantastic move available after the check on h8. Sorry. After the check on h8. And if it's just a free rook actually. Rook d7 threatening queen g7 checkmate. So the bishop on b2 cannot be picked up. Black has to take bishop d7 and queen g6, an accurate move again, attacking f7 point. So bishop e8 will be met with queen f6 check, king g8 and queen g7. So the e8 square must be free for the king to move. If queen d5, we again have bishop f6, sorry, with the idea to checkmate on g7.
And e7, queen g7 check and queen e7. So
Queen g8 here, queen h6, king e8, queen h5 check. Beautiful geometric pattern here. Queen transfers to the queen side now so that we control this diagonal, and after king e8 we checkmate on e7. Beautiful checkmate pattern here. So black will have to play only move bishop e6 here, but this also loses to queen f6 and we simply pick up the e6 bishop.
and now queen e7 is the only move because this leads to knight f7 was one mate in one. So queen e7 was necessary. And is there a mate or we just pick up the rook?
Yeah, we have lots of options. One
Yeah.
option is to
Pick
pick up the rook,
Yeah.
and queen f8 is unfortunately guarding the rook, so maybe we come back and find a better
No,
move.
my idea was to give queen g6 check, but it doesn't seem to work. So let's see if queen c6 check works because queen must come to d7, and then we or direct queen g6 check. Or here, yeah, bishop f6, and queen d7. We have queen g6 check, but king is running to d8. So perhaps we play queen g6 check with queen on e7. What was?
Oh, but we have knight f7, and does this work?
Rook b7.
But rook b7,
Yeah.
this is also definitely winning for white, but
But,
maybe we have a better
Yeah.
way to
Do we
do
need
it.
to give queen c6 check or do we play queen g6 check there? But king comes
King
to d7.
d7.
That's option queen f5.
And here
Knight f7 threatens several mates. So, but it's still not the best probably for
because rook
rook
b2.
b2 is going. So let's look at the queen e7 position. Somehow it doesn't seem to be satisfactory. There must be a very convincing way to win this position, and perhaps I think that was we need to see. But yes, the entire variation. But things are not very clear because if white is not winning without a combination, then it's still going to take some time to win because as I said, if the queens are exchanged, then the game could become defensible. So there is still some risk here. Queen c6 check, queen d7. I'm sure there's some way of winning the queen, but it's not becoming very clear. Queen g8 check, bishop, yeah, queen
Maybe
c,
queen
yeah,
c6
and
check.
queen
We
g6,
give
yeah,
this check.
yeah.
Now the d7 square is unavailable.
Yeah.
So
So
king
here,
d8.
so is queen
G8
going to
check.
help and queen d5, but
And if queen e7, we again pick up the
or
rook. So
probably, yeah, also I think
queen e8 is forced, and now bishop f6. King c8 would run into queen e8, and king d7. We play queen d5 check, and after king c8, maybe a
yeah,
strong move here. Even queen a5 would
yeah,
help.
queen f5. Actually, there is no checkmate probably taking place because black pieces are active, but various ways to win as long as the queens are maintained on the board, and yet not a direct way to win. I mean, there's a combinations which are probably winning, and I played rook d7 with the idea of bishop into f6, which wasn't really working. So it's a difficult combination to see rook d7 and queen g6. And only because I failed in bishop f6, I started looking for queen g6. So sometimes in the game, where a person who is a piece up and has a better king position and lot of attack is not necessarily going to make a vague sacrifice where she or he wouldn't find a immediate win. So we can rule out rook d7 perhaps, and we look at some more practical way of for white to win. Can we? What's the actual
Absolutely.
position? Yeah, we can.
We have Arkady in the chat, who's a huge fan of the players from Russia, and he says Katrina the Great, and says that the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in New Delhi is awesome. He's made these smiley emojis. Yeah, definitely. Katrina playing so amazing chess in today's game, and let's see if she finds
Even
this.
yesterday, I think. Even
Even
yesterday.
yesterday,
Yeah.
actually, she's been in very good form this
Yes, yes.
tournament.
Very consistent and very, I would say, very accurate. Rarely made any
Oh,
mistakes.
the game has ended in a draw. What?
Pardon?
What happened?
Uh,
Let's see what happened. 97.
okay.
I'm sorry. How
No,
is
no.
it?
King f8, yeah, knight g6 check. Okay.
Knight g6 check. Black played king f7.
Okay. And
White played knight h8, king
okay.
f8, and white gave knight g6 check, and they agreed to a draw
Or
due to
probably it's
repetition.
claimed a draw probably.
No, they drew due to repetition, and they are discussing the game. We see the players on the board right now.
Uh, okay, but is rook d7 the only move to win? In that case, perhaps but she had a lot of time. Yeah, the moves are complete, isn't it?
Yes, 40 moves are
Yeah,
complete.
is rook d7 the only way to win because the bishop on b2 is under attack and it has no moves possible. So is that the only move to win? In that case, perhaps she didn't find out that move, so that could be a reason.
Yeah, rook d7 is a difficult move to spot,
Yeah, but in
definitely.
my opinion, the position was quite strong, and I think, yeah, but if you're losing a bishop, then it doesn't make sense to attack
Rook
because
d7, you're simply giving a rook. It's
full,
not even
yeah.
like there is a pawn there which you're capturing.
Yes, and rook d7 was natural, but I thought bishop f6 was checkmating, and probably she found that bishop f6, bishop e6 is not working, and then she probably decided to abandon the plan because this is no longer doing any good. So probably she failed to see rook d7 and then a cool move which doesn't give a after a sacrifice. If there is a move that doesn't give a check, it requires lot of self-confidence, courage, and tactical accuracy. I saw Zoo had played that once or
Rook
twice.
e5.
Rook e5 and then queen f5.
Yes.
Some moves which are not check after giving up a piece. Yeah, this was I think a very vague type of vague looking sacrifice because you're also giving up lot of things. Yeah, bishop into f6 and
You
queen
have
g8.
to
Yeah.
spot this
Yes.
whole
Yes.
combination,
Yeah,
which
this
is.
was a bit or the other move also.
Sorry.
Yeah, but the draw was, I think, unfortunate result for a wonderful play. And I'm sure that when the black bishop was stuck on a7, white must have been very happy. And from that point of view, there must have been a disappointing moment, this one.
Absolutely, and also we want to say to our viewers that we are definitely helped by the eval bar that we have at our disposal. So it is clear to us, thanks to the eval bar, that white is completely winning here, and that's why we automatically tend to look for ideas that might exist in the position that we might miss. But the players don't have that.
Yes, I think players missing is more natural because unless there was evolve bar, it probably wouldn't have really tried to find a forced win. So it was a very complicated position and a very difficult combination to spot. And I think from that point of view, White's perhaps previous move, queen g3 check itself might not, but all pieces were a bit hanging. Rook e4, I think, was a bad decision also. If rook e7 there, was it working? I
I
thought,
wanted to ask if here a move like bishop a1 was possible.
yeah, white is still much better. I think
Rook b1 would definitely be played,
yeah,
but
but
now we
now
have knight g6.
also the knight, now the back rank is weak, and yeah,
Exactly.
white could just
And maybe we don't even need to go for the sacrifice with rook,
yeah,
but
because of queen g1 we can't move the rook, so we need to move the queen attacking f6. So can we do that? But queen h4 you have king g7, so queen h4 doesn't seem to be good because of
no,
king
but now rook d7 and we have queen f6 next.
okay, so yes, so combination that leads to quick mate. Yeah, I think bishop a1, but I think somewhere initiative was missed. If you have to find out a sacrifice and combination, then instead of rook e4, was rook e7 winning a few moves back?
Yes, let's just complete this variation. After rook a1, queen f6,
King
king
g8,
g8.
and I think f5 is necessary, no?
Now rook d8 is not possible because of queen g1.
And unlimited checks with bishop e1 to come, so
I think white will lose this.
yeah.
So maybe
Knight g6 or
knight g6 with
or
the
was f5 possible? Too artificial, perhaps f5 or no?
f5
Rook
with the
g4.
idea to play rook
Yeah,
g4
but
is
I
very
don't. Yeah, but I
strong.
don't know what to do after h5 anyway. Perhaps then I have to continue with knight g6. But my knight is protected on g6 in case of queen h8 and queen f8 if you move the queen. So bishop into g6. I think rook d was rook d8 check quicker.
Can we play this?
Yeah, was rook d8 check quicker here? Uh,
Yeah, rook d8 also works.
it's quicker, I think. It's
Yes.
quicker. No, the immediate mate on h8. Yeah. So
And even fg6 works because we have this checkmate and we also have another
d8,
one.
yeah.
So, yeah, this would have been winning for white even after bishop a1. So I'm surprised that she did not try
Yeah, and a
one
couple,
more
a couple
move.
of moves before, but I think it was during time trouble. So the way to win the bishop on knight on d4 could have been more aggressive. I think at that stage it was possible to play rook e7 as well instead of rook e4. No, some few moves back. I think.
Basically, what happened is she decided to go for knight g6, king f7, knight h8, king f8, and here it's possible that she became very low on time even in the second time control. The time we are looking at, 5 minutes 44 seconds, is
Okay,
not
okay.
clear.
Yeah, she was unable to find a win because it's a very tough line to find rook d7 and queen g6.
Yes.
Yes, more or less like a composed position rather than a actual game.
Yes.
But they played so fighting that these mistakes are natural. I remember when young Vishwanathan Anand was playing more ambitiously than what he should have been playing. So there, he often said that, okay, I made 12 mistakes and my opponent made 14 mistakes and that sort. So I said, then how is it possible? He said, yeah, but if you have to play for win, sometimes you have to do that. So he admitted that sharp play and ambitious play could lead to mistakes, which is, of course, normal, and because the position is very sharp, but a bit disappointing result for white because the bishop on b6 with pawn on c5, it looked like it was a completely winning position.
Yes.
But
For example, this one with the bishop on b6 and the pawn on
yeah,
c5.
because she voluntarily opened b4 and that was a good judgment. And then if he had not done that, a slow win was probably awaiting her. But yeah, now knight f6, gf6, and rook e8, bishop e8. Yeah, here, no, okay, here I thought if rook e7 led to immediate mate. Because I don't go for bishop d4 in case, yeah. But king f8 is a possibility which I don't know again. So maybe it's not a good move. But rook e4, yeah, king f8 probably confuses things. So maybe rook
Maybe
e4
rook
was a good
e4
move. Yeah,
anyway back.
yeah. No, but rook e4 was a good move, I think, anyway.
Yes.
And next move might not have been the best because what did she do now?
She played queen d5, rook
Okay,
d4.
forcing
It's
rook
forced.
d4, forcing rook d4.
Now queen c5.
Okay,
And now queen g3 check also makes sense.
yes, but the awkwardness of white pieces suddenly becomes evident. And a great play by black to play queen d5, because if white played bishop d4, it would have been a quick finish. And to play queen d5, and yes, so I think great resourceful play, because after rook d4, queen c5, you are very uncomfortable with the piece position. There is a threat of rook b2 and bishop c3 sometimes, and the pieces are going to take some time to disentangle themselves.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, fantastic play by Black in a very difficult position, but Lano definitely she had access to the eval bar,
But was King
would have.
G8 played? Because then the 97 leads
No,
to
no, King F7
King
was
S7, right?
played.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Had Lano got access to the eval bar, I'm sure she would have
yeah,
found the
yeah.
win. It's just that when you don't know that there is a win in the position, it can become difficult to judge that you might have a win here and to look for it.
Yes, and
So,
for the viewers, I think one important thing that if you are very good at puzzle solving, white to play and win, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be good at tournament chess, because nobody is there to tell you that white to play and win or black to play and win.
yes.
So always making a decision and judging the position is important in chess, whereas in a puzzle you already have a judgment. Somebody has already told you that white is winning, and that makes a lot of difference, because chess is about decision making at right moment, and that right moment has to be spotted by us ourselves. There is no help coming in that.
Absolutely. So, a great result for Goryachkina despite being in a very, very tough position. Lano must be very disappointed, but she also played great chess, a grandmaster game in every sense of the
Yes,
word.
I think, and black's queen d5 and queen c5, that was remarkable, because it was, I mean, I had a feeling that she could perhaps resign, but queen d5 was a move I didn't see, so I thought white just plays bishop d4 and f5 and rook g4 check and whatnot. But queen d5 was a fantastic move, because it prevented rook from going to. If white had a pawn on f5, white would have simply played rook g4 check. But rook had to take on d4 and then queen c5, and it's so. The pieces are entangled into each other. White can't get rid of this pin, a sort of strange pin. So if something doesn't happen now, it's not going to happen then. So I think she took a lot of time. If she had only 5 minutes, perhaps a wise decision, because she didn't find anything, and rook d7 might have resulted in a loss if she didn't find a correct continuation. So
Absolutely. She has 24 minutes here after queen c5, and for queen g3, she was down to 15 minutes. King f8 down to 5 minutes after knight g6. King f7 and knight h8 was played instantly. King f8, knight, and here again knight g6 was played after a 3-minute thought. So she's down to 2 minutes 10 seconds here.
okay.
Black plays king f7, knight h8 with 1 minute 31 seconds on the clock, and they agreed to a draw. So this is a very understandable decision.
Yes, I sort of correct decision, I must say. And
Yes.
although, secondly, black's play, I think for queen d5 and queen c5, she first time realized that there are problems, because she took some time for queen g3. So she realized that her pieces had been badly entangled. So it is sometimes she was outplayed for that portion, queen d5 and queen c5, suddenly putting white pieces in awkward positions and knight not coming to f5. So that was a big defensive resource. I think in both attack and defense, they have shown a very resourceful play and lot of accuracy, except for the final combination, which does happen. It's tough combination to find out.
Absolutely. This is definitely the game of the day for us commentators. You can let us know if you liked any other games of this tournament in the comments to this video. And with that, we would like to first let you know the results of today. Lano Katrina drew against Alexandra Goryachkina. Harika Dronawali got her first win of the tournament against Nino Batsiashvili. Polina Shuvalova also won against Vaishali, so tough result for Vaishali there, but great for Polina. And the fourth board was a draw between the current tournament leaders Zhu Jainer and Bibisara Asubayeva. So interesting day and very, very fighting chess.
Yes, although the two games which ended in draw were very eventful, and it's not that players are really playing for safe chess, because if two are going to qualify out of 16, then safe play is not going to work. If you come fourth or fifth, it's better to come 15th or first.
Absolutely. So they are taking their risks, and we are here to watch their games and cheer for them. Do join us tomorrow as well. It was such a pleasure to watch all of the games today. We are expecting even more fighting chess in the last 3 rounds of this event. So do join us tomorrow from 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. See you guys. Take care. Namaste.
Namaste.